de responsabilité collective aujourd'hui. Merci à vous. C'est la fin de cette édition. Restez à nos côtés. On revient évidemment à ce conflit en Ukraine dans quelques instants. Un nouveau journal débute dans quelques minutes. À très vite.
Acidité, reflux, digestion difficile. Sarah, voulez-vous un produit avec une action rapide et sans substance artificielle? Néobianacide, avec sa formule 100% naturelle, il prend soin de votre estomac et contribue à respecter l'environnement. Néobianacide est un dispositif médical. Avocat.
Il y a des équipes qui viennent se mettre à l'abri lorsque les combats deviennent compliqués.
عمر 21 كان شعور حلو تكتشف حالك. واضح انك عم تكتشف كتير متأخر انه شو بتحب بالحياة، فكانت في كتير اسئلة ما اعرفها انه شو بحب عن جد. وهو شعور صعب بنفس الوقت انه انت كنت محروم منه لمدة سنين، ما كنت قادر تعمل هذا الشيء الناس بيعملوه بحياتهم العادية. أول ما وصلت على فرنسا كان شعور غريب، كان في حياة، كان في ناس عم برقصوا بالشارع، كان في السينما مفتوحة، كانك تتفرج على أفلام. كان في مطاعم، كان في بارات، كان في مقاهي. فبظن كل هذا الشيء عيني ما تعودت تشوفه لسنين. مرحلة من المراحل حلبت سمت أخطر مدينة في العالم. باريس هي أجمل مدينة في العالم. كنا عم نحكي عن تناقض كبير. كنت بتكون مصور حلب، فهذا يعني إنك أنت معرض لتفقد إشي في أي لحظة، في أي مكان، في أي زمان. قبل ما تبلش الثورة في سوريا كنت 15 سنة، كنت في المدرسة الثانوية. كان عندي حياة مثل أي حدا بالعالم، كان عندي عائلتي، مدرستي، رفقاتي. كان ما عندي هذا الهدف الكبير بالحياة أو الحلم. يوم اللي بلشت الثورة بلشت أشعر أمير الشخص الثاني. عند العمر 17 حملت كاميرا، صرت مصور. في إحدى المظاهرات كان يوم عالي، اتصابت برصاصتين بإيدي، وعند اللي وصلت للمشفى فكانت الشرطة هنيك، فتم اعتقالي لمدة شهر. أظن هي كانت نقطة تحول كبيرة بحياتي. عندك بلشت الحرب، شعرت إنه في شي جذبني لهي الآلة الصغيرة اللي بتصور. شعرت إنه فيني أعبر عن نفسي من خلالها. ما أظن حدا فيني يشرح مدينة عايش فيها مقسومة لقسمين، قسم عايش بجهنم، قسم عايش حياة طبيعية. أنا لما عم صور الصورة عم بحاول أشرح الشي اللي عم نعيشه بالضبط. بحاول أصور الصورة اللي بتحكي أكثر، إنه بس أحط جهد أكثر لحتى أقدر أصور اللحظة المناسبة، الوقت اللي فينا يحسوا فيه العالم شو عم يصير. كنت ببحث عن هذا النوع من الصور لحتى أول شيء أعبر عن مشاعري، عن الشيء اللي عم يصير، وثاني شيء لحتى العالم كان تفهم أكثر الحالة اللي كنا عم نعيشها. والدي كان يشتغل بالدفاع المدني، وكنت قريب منه، حبيت إنه أوثق أفعالا الأشياء اللي بعملوها. كان الشيء له كتير قيمة، إنه 30 شخص عايشين بنفس المكان دايما عم بيروحوا لمكان فيه قصف. هذا الشخص اللي كان كل العالم تنظر له كبطل، إنه يروح على كل مكان فيه قصف لحتى ينقذ العالم. ثيابه دايما مليانة دم.
بعد حملة البراميل كمان أنا انضميت للعمل الثوري واشتركت بالدفاع المدني وإنقاذ العالم من تحت البراميل.
كان ما حدا أبدا فهم ليش عم بعمل صور، كان ما حدا طلع على صوري لحد هلا أو فهم إنه ليش أنا عم بعمل أو قيمة هدول الصور. فكان والدي هو الوحيد اللي فيني أحكي عنه، فيني أحكي معه عن التصوير لمدة ساعات. بس ولا مرة فكرت إنه ممكن أخسر والدي أو هو فكر ممكن يخسرني. ضليت عم بعمل هيك لحتى نهاية الحصار بحلب، وعند بخلص الحصار اكتشف إنه ربحت جوائز. أول جائزة ربحتها كانت بيوم كنا طالعين من المدينة، فكان الباصات عم تستنونا منتصف الحي، وبعرف حالي حروح وما بنعرف إنه إحنا عبدي بخير وسلام رح نوصل للطرف الثاني ولا لا. بس بفتح الإيميل تبعي وبشوف إنه ربحت جائزة بالتصوير، كانت مجلة البولكا بفرنسا. فبدعوني على احتفال بفرنسا وأنا ما بعرف إذا بدي وصل على الطرف الثاني من حلب هذاك الوقت. حتى الطلعة تركية كمان ما كانت أسهل من الطلعة من المدينة، طول المشي بين الجبال ولح.
Has shown a real warmth. That's what the official said. And the official data show that China's exports and investment grew by 13.6% and 12.2% respectively from January to February, while consumer retail sales increased by 6.7%. But for the industry, the data was too good, far better than the market's expectations. We have economists that predict that the pandemic and Russo-Ukrainian war could affect half of the China's GDP. We know the government is targeting a GDP growth of about 5.5%. Now, more and more banks expect it to grow by just 4 to 5% this year.
All right, not to mention issues with the tech sector, of course. And so now there's the possibility of U.S. sanctions that's really on the table now should China decide to provide material support to Russia in its war with Ukraine. How big a concern is that for Chinese business leaders?
Actions speak louder than words. The Beijing-based Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, stopped activities that are linked to Russia and Belarus. The BRICS Development Bank, which is jointly financed by China, Russia, India, Brazil, and South Africa, also announced the suspension of new transactions in Russia. Before this, two of China's largest state-owned banks had begun to restrict financing for the purchase of Russian commodities. All these show that Chinese financial institutions do not want to be sanctioned and lose the opportunity to trade in US dollars. So we know how big a concern it is for the business leaders in China.
All right, so Zhang Han in Taipei, thank you very much. Is Russia on the cusp of insolvency? Ratings agency Fitch says there's an immediate risk of default. A bond payment of more than $100 million is due today. If Russia were to make that payment in rubles, it could trigger a technical default.
When Western sanctions hit the Russian economy hard. Many banks have been excluded from the global payment system SWIFT, and a big chunk of state assets have been frozen. While Russia has dollar reserves of 640 billion, the country's central bank is unable to access about half of that due to the sanctions. Russia's international bonds are worth about $40 billion. $117 million are due today, while a principal payment of $2 billion is due on April 4th. The Russian finance minister Anton Silvanov said Moscow will pay its debts in rubles if Western sanctions keep blocking access to its dollar reserves. Credit ratings agency Fitch warned that paying in rubles would constitute sovereign default if Russia won't transfer dollars to its creditors within the next month. The International Monetary Fund says Russia's economy is now projected to decline significantly.
What impact will that have to the global economy?
Let's remember that the reason they are unprecedented sanctions is because the unthinkable happened. A devastating war in Ukraine. And the impact of the sanctions is quite severe for the Russian economy. We expect deep recession in Russia.
The slump is expected to hit neighboring countries such as Georgia and Moldova, which are both heavily reliant on trade with Russia. And there is also the chance that the recession could expand beyond the region, affecting the global economy.
And let's take a look at other business news making headlines. BMW has warned investors that the conflict in Ukraine could negatively affect its business for the current year. The company expects lower profit margins due to production and supply disruptions. The global chip shortage will still play a role, as the German car maker doesn't see supply constraints easing until the second half of 2022. The International Energy Agency has cut its world oil demand forecast for 2022 to just under 100 million barrels a day. It fears a global supply shock due to sanctions levied against Russia. Although the energy sector is excluded from those sanctions, major oil companies have stopped doing business with the country. The German ministry has warned against using antivirus software made by Moscow-based Kaspersky Lab. It says the firm's software could be exploited by Russia for a cyber attack. Kaspersky says it doesn't carry out attacks. In 2017, the U.S. banned its government agencies from using software made by the Russian company. 80 billion euros over a decade. Intel says its new expansion plans across Europe will help satisfy the continent's hunger for computer chips. At the center of its plans is the German city of Magdeburg, the future site of two major semiconductor factories.
Right now, it's just a field next to the Autobahn south of Magdeburg, but soon construction workers will begin works on two Intel factories here to develop and make chips for computers, smartphones, and cars.
The plan is for our initial investment to create 7,000 construction jobs over the course of the build, 3,000 permanent high-tech jobs at Intel, and tens of thousands of additional jobs.
Many cities in Germany, Italy, and other European countries were vying to host the new factories. Magdeburg came out on top because of its renowned research facilities, qualified population, and a large industrial site. The Intel city that's going to be created here will change everything. We won't be able to recognize Magdeburg because it'll create a pull effect that will attract many firms and their staff. It's one of the largest single private sector investments in Europe, and the fact that it's coming to a city in the former East shows a development, experts say. We had something similar with Tesla building a factory in Grünheide. Bosch built a large semiconductor factory in Dresden. Now Intel is doing the same. It shows that Eastern Germany is an attractive location for high-tech production and development. And the new factories could also help Europe overcome the global chip shortage while decreasing reliance on Asian manufacturers.
Turkey has been in an economic crisis for years, and the country is set to suffer even more due to Russia's war in Ukraine. That's because tourism makes up a large sector of Turkey's economy, with many visitors coming from around the region. Western sanctions against Moscow have put a stop to their travels for now.
With its warm climate and sandy beaches, Antalya seems like a place free of worry. Turkey's Mediterranean coast is one of the most popular tourist destinations for Europeans, and has attracted visitors from Russia for years, with many staying in the area's more upscale hotels. Some are there right now, in fact, but they're far from relaxed.
So when I'm here, so when I live in the hotel, probably I don't need almost anything. That's why probably I don't need any money to be spent. But if I would like to visit some place, I would like to buy anything in drugstore, for example, some medicine, I don't know how I should pay. So of course I had a little bit of cash, but if I would like to pay by my card, I don't know, will it be possible for me?
We have come here for a holiday with our children, and now it's unclear when we can return to Russia or which plane will take us home. It's a difficult situation. Our credit cards don't work. It's unclear how we'll stay here and how we can survive. No planes to fly home and no working credit cards, all due to sanctions, as air travel to and from Russia is mostly cut off, and many of the country's banks and financial institutions have been kicked off the global payment system SWIFT. It's a huge problem for the area that greeted 9 million tourists last year, more than half coming from Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. It's unclear if and when they'll come back, and even then, problems remain. In the past, Russians and Ukrainians were brothers. They were friends. They traveled in the same boat, on the same bus. But now, if we want to take them on a visit, let's say to the springs of Pamukkale, would it be possible to get them on the bus together? For now, the beaches are mostly empty, and the region's future unclear.
All right, that's it for me and the DW business team here in Berlin. You can always find out more about these and other stories online, dw.com/business. We're also on YouTube under the DW News channel. I'm Stephen Beardsley. Thanks for watching.
Today, she's self-confident and strong. But as a victim of female genital mutilation, Marie-Claire Moraldo suffered for a long time. Now she's taken up the fight against this cruel practice and helps victims through her organization, Marie-Claire's Red Orchids.
Close up. Next on DW.
Happiness is for everyone. Human penises are very different from primates' penises. We have a totally ridiculous, romanticized view of nature. Hey there, I'm David, and this is Climate Change, Brexit, Sex. Woo! Happiness in 3 books. You'll get smarter for free. DW Books on YouTube.
The only reason for FGM is to control the bodies and sexuality of women, to control their lives.
Marie-Claire Moraldo was just 9 when she underwent genital mutilation.
I was thrown straight onto the ground. I had no time to realize what was happening to me. One woman held my arms, 2 others my legs, and the 4th one, she was the one who had the knife.
Marie-Claire and her team help women who've suffered the same fate. She won't have time for a break today. New patients are arriving soon, and there's lots still to do. The types of therapy on offer and the other services, she has to sign off on it all. The 39-year-old is from Ivory Coast. Her journey from mutilated girl to self-confident woman was a long and lonely one. Now she wants to help others on that journey.
Super. See you later.
She set up Les Orchidées Rouges, the Red Orchids, in autumn 2020. She gave up her career in the advertising industry to focus on the fight against female genital mutilation.
L'accident m'a volé plus de 30 ans.
FGM cost me more than 30 years of my life. There are millions of women like me in the world, in the same situation as I was. I told myself I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I had to set up the association to tell these women that FGM is not a question of destiny. It shouldn't be allowed to have the last word over their lives. I have decided to fight actively against this violence, so that
Parmi ces mesures, il y a l'interdiction de l'importation de biens essentiels dans le secteur du fer et de l'acier. Il y a aussi l'interdiction de l'exportation de produits de luxe très prisés par les oligarques russes, souvent proches du Kremlin. L'ambassadeur russe à Paris a réagi à ces nouvelles sanctions, dénonçant une chasse anti-russe. Aujourd'hui, des familles, des proches, des gens plus éloignés, des cousins germains, des connaissances, voire des inconnus sont traqués. À mon avis, 600 personnes supplémentaires ont été ajoutées à cette liste des sanctions européennes. Les autorités russes ont décidé d'appliquer le principe de réciprocité, autrement dit, des contre-sanctions ont été adoptées visant des personnalités occidentales dont le président américain, son chef de la diplomatie ou encore le patron de la CIA. Par ailleurs, la Russie, qui était menacée d'être exclue du Conseil de l'Europe, a pris les devants en se retirant de cette organisation. Le Conseil de l'Europe est la principale organisation de défense des droits de l'homme sur le continent européen. La Russie en était membre depuis 1996.
Il faut reconnaître que l'Ukraine ne pourra pas intégrer l'OTAN, alors que c'est un des motifs avancés par la Russie pour justifier son invasion de l'Ukraine. Le président Zelensky semble se résigner. Il avait déjà tempéré sa position la semaine dernière, disant avoir compris que l'Alliance n'était pas prête à accepter son pays.
Il est évident que l'Ukraine n'est pas membre de l'OTAN. Nous le comprenons. Nous avons entendu pendant des années que les portes étaient ouvertes, mais nous avons aussi entendu que nous ne pourrions pas adhérer. C'est la vérité et il faut le reconnaître. Je suis content que notre peuple commence à comprendre, à ne compter que sur ses forces et sur nos partenaires qui nous aident.
La Russie appelle de son côté à un vote du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies ce mercredi sur sa propre résolution humanitaire. Pour Moscou, toute résolution humanitaire portée devant l'ONU ne doit ni blâmer ni faire honte à la Russie.
Nous verrons si le Conseil de sécurité peut ou non remplir sa mission d'adopter une nouvelle résolution qui portera sur la situation humanitaire en Ukraine avec des dispositions humanitaires claires comme l'appel à un cessez-le-feu négocié, l'évacuation des civils, le respect du droit international humanitaire et des droits de l'homme, la condamnation des attaques contre des civils et des biens à caractère civil, un passage sûr et sans entrave, un accès sans entrave de l'aide humanitaire, etc.
Safe and unhindered passage, unhindered access of humanitarian assistance, etc.
Le président américain Joe Biden réaffirme son engagement à toute épreuve auprès de ses alliés de l'Alliance. Il se rendra au sommet extraordinaire de l'OTAN à Bruxelles jeudi prochain. Objectif, réaffirmer un soutien ferme à l'Ukraine.
Le flot des Ukrainiens quittant le pays continue de s'accroître. Moins de 3 semaines après le début de l'invasion russe, le seuil des 3 millions de personnes a été franchi, selon les chiffres de l'Organisation internationale pour les migrations. L'Europe n'avait pas connu un tel exode depuis la Seconde Guerre mondiale.
Nous avons maintenant atteint la barre des 3 millions de personnes qui ont quitté l'Ukraine pour se rendre dans les pays voisins. Parmi ces personnes, on compte quelques 157 000 ressortissants de pays tiers.
La moitié de ces personnes sont des enfants accompagnés ou non d'un parent. Un porte-parole de l'UNICEF a mis en avant ces chiffres alarmants.
Да, слушай, да, так себе. Ну ладно, на неделе, пока идет собеседование, пока приходишь. Ходишь. Ладно. У тебя как нормально все? Оу. Оу. Да, там звука нет, что-то здесь. Вот. Всё. Нет, не хочу, там вдруг вчера нет. Ага, ладно. Ладно, не буду. Ладно. Что звонишь-то? Так, просто звонил. Да так, ладно, ладно. Да не, более-менее. Нормально. Нет, нет, все хорошо. Не, нормально.
Ты хочешь собеседование придешь, что-то там делаешь в нам стране, или просто там в стране, узывай вот как мы, с нами, что такое как-то
Ну,
общаешься.
что-то
Что-то с темой никак не приезжаешь.
ладно.
А тема, получается, ты не нужно приезжать, просто так будет.
Ладно.
Ну ладно, давай,
Ладно.
давай уже, пока.
Кем быть? Он хотел, что не слишком не насрать, кем быть, и, то есть, ну, в смысле, кем быть, в смысле, да. И, ну, в смысле, деньги за что получать, работа мне, то есть, кем быть, профессия, что ли, да. Кем быть, в смысле, в обычном человеке, ты кто такой, чьим будешь, что умеешь, кто это самое, как мужчина, ты кто, что после тебя ты оставишь здесь, в смысле, да, то есть, а что из этого настоящее? Нужно людям не это самое, не понарошишься. Ничего, ну, понял, да, что-то. Может, я слишком заморочился. Слишком, не слишком. Для чего я себе это вообще делал? Какого хрена, блин, да? Знаете?
En se retirant de cette organisation, le Conseil de l'Europe est la principale organisation de défense des droits de l'homme sur le continent européen. La Russie en était membre depuis 1996.
Dans tous les magasins bio.
L'actualité du monde, vous la suivez en direct sur France 24. Pour l'approfondissement, le commentaire, rendez-vous désormais tous les jours dans On va plus loin, les regards croisés de nos spécialistes.
Il y a l'histoire, il y a le poids de l'histoire. Aussi, c'est une question de considération et de crédibilité.
Aujourd'hui, on est dans un monde multipolaire où justement il n'y a plus ces règles du jeu.
On va plus loin, à retrouver chaque jour sur France 24 et France24.com.
À Paris, ravi de retrouver voici tout de suite les principaux titres de l'actualité de cet après-midi. Situation toujours très précaire à Kiev, la capitale ukrainienne, où s'échappe toujours des colonnes de fumée noire. Forte explosion, plusieurs explosions retentissent ce matin dans la ville. Pourtant, sous couvre-feu depuis hier soir et ce jusqu'à demain, on regardera la situation dans cette capitale dès le début de ce journal. Nous ferons également le bilan de derniers bombardements, des dernières frappes, notamment sur le sud et l'est du pays, la ville de Zaporijjie, où une station de métro a été tout à l'heure visée. Cette localité, jusque-là épargnée, est le refuge destination des civils de Mariupol ayant pu fuir et emprunter hier un couloir humanitaire. Ils sont 20 000 à avoir réussi à s'extirper. Et puis inquiet de la tournure des événements en Corse, Gérald Darmanin s'arrête aujourd'hui et demain sur l'île de Beauté, ministre de l'Intérieur qui a plaidé pour une potentielle autonomie de l'île. Il a rendez-vous avec plusieurs élus de ces prochaines heures. Depuis l'agression en prison d'Ivan Colonna, la situation n'a cessé de se dégrader. On a tous aperçu ces scènes de guérilla urbaine à Bastia notamment ce week-end qui ont fait des dizaines de blessés. 21e jour de guerre en Ukraine et les civils espèrent toujours se réveiller d'un mauvais rêve. La réalité, ce sont toujours ces sirènes et ces tirs aux explosions qui rythment désormais le quotidien de tout un pays. Ce matin encore, plusieurs bombardements ont eu lieu à Kiev, notamment Kiev pourtant sous couvre-feu depuis hier soir et jusqu'à demain matin. Le reportage de nos confrères de France 2.
Nous avons pour notre part quitté hier soir le centre-ville de Kiev, mais nous avons contacté une journaliste qui se trouve en ce moment sur place et qui nous a donné à la fois
Так это все-таки показывается, что ли? Ладно, неинтересно. Да. Не, ну вроде показывается, смотри, да. Наоборот, да. Понимаешь, я не за вот это, я за человека, вот за людей. Даже вот не просто за людей, которые вот масса какая-то, знаешь, как бы, ну, такое, ну, толпа как бы. Ну, то есть, когда один человек, он мудрый, знаешь, такую пословицу, а когда вот толпа людей, это как бы быдло, понимаешь? То есть, они агрессивные, сумасшедшие, и они там ему сказали, бы они говорят, да, все, то есть, ну, не за толпу, а вот за человека, за людей, за каждого, ну, типа, ну, в нормальном смысле просто за людей, в смысле, да. Ну, не знаю, ну, как бы просто по-настоящему как-то. Нет, просто как вот, да, за жизнь, короче, как бы, да, и вот того. Потому что политики приходят и уходят, и никто не помнит, где какие там тысячи миллионов лет назад какие-то политики, то есть что-то там делали, они ничего не делали на самом деле, все делали люди, понимаешь? И те, кто, да, их потомки, которые сегодня живут, да, которые продолжают делами и интеллектом пользоваться, более выживабельной моделью. Политики, они не модели, не политики, не войны, они ничего не делали, только разрушали, по идее, да. Но они как какашки на поверхности, понимаешь? А то, что выживабельное, оно как бы внизу находится, да, этого не видно, понимаешь? И оно, потому что оно стоит труда, и не только труда, оно как бы не громкое просто, понимаешь? Не крикливое и не поножовшее, как скажем, самое не такое, да, да. Ну, не все доживают, ну да, наверное, ну и без всяких, ну да. Поэтому мне вообще начхать это все. Она все не настоящая. Вся политика все это говно. То есть у тебя одна единственная жизнь, ты, даже если ты политик, все равно. То есть, да, да. Ну, тем более, да. Ну, вот и думай, как прожить одну жизнь свою единственную. Ну, типа того. Ну, да. Ну, живи как скот тогда, живи. Ну, все равно тебе придется что-то делать, согласен? То есть где-то работать, какие-то деньги получать. Когда ты будешь либо ненавидеть этот мир и делать, да, и жить, то есть я где-то работаю, деньги зарабатываю, а моя жизнь настоящая это поэзия какая-нибудь, типа того. Либо, да, ну, понимаю. Ну, получается, ну, а что теперь сделать? Да, ну, да, кто сказал, что это, ну, получается, ну, не важно. Ну, даже, ну, всем насрать, блин, то есть, да. Ты же себя голова сам, никто тебе ничего не укажет. Даже у женщины тоже так. Крауба. Ну ладно. Ну нет, он понял, как бы, да. На Хабару ты когда. Ну вот это, я понял. Ладно, давай сейчас так сделаем. Ну да. Вот это он имеет. Да. Ну, да, но ты не слышал, нет. Ну, он понял тебя. Да. Ну да. Ну да. Коллекционный. Ха-ха-ха. Да неужели это так? Да нет. Ну вот. Да, наоборот, потому что, да. Я уж думал, что зовут меня. Да. Ну, наоборот, да нет, понимаешь. Чарт там. Наверное. Но я так думаю, что если кто-то смотрит это, как бы, когда я прихожу, они, наверное, да, не очень хорошо на это реагируют, я так думаю. И наоборот, да. Ну, это есть на самом деле. Ну, да. Мне легче думать. И тут что-то такое, именно, я же ничего не показываю. Ну да, это вот, это ладно, это наработаешь, что думаете, да. Это ладно. Ну, психопат говорит, нет, это не считается. Ты мне такой жизни, что ли, желаешь? Если это piece of art, где мои деньги думаю? У меня не образование, даже учения. Нет, я не собирал, просто такой эксперимент, как, ну, не то, что так, вот, кванты, да, проблема, да ладно, не важно. Ну, наверное, заодно, да. Нет, если смотри, если ты тогда, ну да. Ну, одно другому не вредит, наверное. Ну, там, тогда, наверное. Думаю, у тебя есть, может, надо чуть-чуть. Нет, это не оскорбление, просто. Ну да. Ну, это хоть или нет. Если у меня тоже, конечно, музыкант, понимаешь, ну, я имею в виду, быть это, вот, да, ты не сможешь одновременно все уметь, понимаешь, и все вложиться сложно будет там. Ну, как бы как попутка, ну, ну ладно, видишь, может быть. Ты правильно понимаешь, смешные разговоры, почему смешные? Денег нету. То есть это все как бы... Ну, это все равно, что ты вот будешь голодный сидеть, я тебе буду что-то рассказывать. Ты, это как бы просто оскорбительно даже в каком-то смысле, понимаешь? Ну, в том смысле, что... Как вот объяснишь, что? Да, ну это имел в виду. Нет, ну да. Ну да, что за бред? Ну, вот это у меня. Народы, да? А,
This is the road down which Russia's war of annihilation may
Ой,
emerge.
так. Видишь, видишь. Ну, тут сначала видите, Гарса, Гарса. Я чисто вынес. Главное не будет. Нет, не надо это.
and its emptiness speaks only of what is to come. From Russian-held Kherson up here to the vital port of Mykolaiv. They know what it is to be in Russia's way. Out of 18 homes, 10 are left in our village, she says. No electricity, gas, water or heat. The only ones left are those who can't leave the motherland. They're young, edgy, guns raised, unsure who we are. Press written on our vests and our press cards slowly calms them down and they apologise. And this is not an army in full control of its destiny. The trenches are where the rockets land every night. Some are from Odessa, Moscow's eventual target here. Others from just down the road. The thing is house is just over there. It's important to see what tools Ukraine has been left with by a world that seems so concerned. They fight for their homes, but tell me they captured Russians who seemed unaware why they were even here. They said they can't understand what's going on. He said they can't go back, because back there they're being shot for retreating, so they advance or surrender.
Серьезно? Слушай, вот на самом деле, да, получается,
But unbroken morale takes different forms. And this is a police chief driving a birthday gift to the governor with a captured Russian machine gun soldered onto it. It does not distract from the seriousness of the twilight world in which his colleagues work. Any drunk or man changing his car battery after curfew could be the Russian saboteur, they fear. There really is no way to check while looking at phones and in trunks. The city is dark, bar their lights and the flash of the distant enemy's bombs. An urgent hospital call for blood has gone out. They rush to help. The savagery of Russia's targeting measurable in how dark this 4-floor hospital keeps itself at night. Invisible, not from a power cut, but to avoid Russian bombs. Mykolaiv has been fearing encirclement for days. There is heartbreak for those who leave. Amid the shared agony, still a tussle to get on to buses to Moldova. The men stay.
This is my country. This is my country. What I was doing? Go to Poland? No Poland. This is my home.
And there is heartbreak for those who stay. Svetlana lost her husband in a rocket attack Sunday that killed 9 outside a shop. The violence here is a chain of moments of blinding grief.
И тут мгновение, ракета. И мужа моему просто разорвало. Он захлебнулся кровью. Он кровью, лужи крови лежит до сих пор там еще. Лежит там. А меня забрали. И осколки.
Pieces left.
Ракету били.
They wander alone. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
Peter Zalmayev is the director of the Eurasia Democracy Initiative, and he joins me now from near Kyiv. Thanks for being with us. You're staying in the country. You've told our producers you have no intention of leaving. What's morale like right now among Ukrainians near the capital?
Well, that's what you heard in the previous
disappeared once Russian tanks started crossing the Ukrainian border on the morning of February 24th.
So you must have some concern for your family's safety, but despite that, and I'm hearing that from many Ukrainians, by the way, that we're talking to here in the western part of the country, I guess your position is, this is my country and I have no intention of becoming a refugee, because you're an American Ukrainian. So you could legally leave, but you're choosing not to.
No, I'm choosing not to. Obviously, this is the place to be. Right now, Biden is trying to. He said he was trying to impose control over all of Ukraine when he talked to President Macron and Erdogan of Turkey. I don't think he has the forces to do that, but he certainly has the forces to keep terrorizing the whole country. It's a calculated risk, obviously, for me to remain in Ukraine. But I believe that when Ukraine shall prevail, I have no doubt in my mind, and there will be a lot of need, for folks like me to try to bring it up to speed, to try to start rebuilding Ukraine, to try to bring back the millions of Ukrainians that have left. It's estimated that already Ukraine has suffered close to $100 billion of damage. Much more is expected, obviously, as Biden escalates his campaign of terror. He's clear that he has suffered significant setbacks on the field, military-wise. He has no plan. His only plan is to keep terrorizing civilians to try to bring Ukrainians to their knees.
Right, but that's not going to be enough to take over the country, to continue to occupy it. What do you see as a possible off-ramp for Putin's military here? Because where is the potential exit here? If Vladimir Putin at some point realizes, because some people say he's maybe even a bit delusional about his army's advances in Ukraine, but at some point, what if he realizes this is not a fight that he can win militarily? Where is the diplomatic open door? How do you foresee, what does that look like potentially?
Well, everyone is questioning, that we will not be able to see that off-ramp for as long as Vladimir Putin thinks that his actions in Ukraine will go unpunished. You have to be obviously sending the right signals. But Mr. Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, has already done so. He has declared his willingness to consider the neutrality status for Ukraine, consider saying no to NATO plans. This is ostensibly Vladimir Putin's demands, even though I don't believe that's really been the case. It's the NATO expansion thing is more of a red herring for Vladimir Putin, and this is a war of conquest for him. But the Ukrainian side is definitely, trying to claim the initiative in this process. Zelensky will be addressing members of Congress. So while he's sending these signals diplomatically that he's willing to sit down and actually offer Mr. Putin an off-ramp without a muscular show of strength, Vladimir Putin will not sit down. So we're talking about bolstering Ukraine's defenses, which include possibly providing Ukraine with Russian-made surface-to-air missile defenses, since Washington has pretty much ruled out Ukraine's request to close the airspace. So that is the next step, the next best option that Washington must do to help Ukraine.
Get even more support from the United States now after this 15 minutes long speech he just delivered.
I mean, you mentioned some of these big, powerful points that he evoked there in this speech, Mount Rushmore and Martin Luther King, I have a dream. He also spoke about the big national traumas of the U.S., Pearl Harbor and 9/11, compared that to make it, I think, comparable to what Ukraine is now experiencing. Do you think he was not only speaking to lawmakers there, but also was trying to win the hearts and minds, if you will, of the average American citizen?
Absolutely, and I'm sure he did. I mean, there won't be any American who is watching this speech or hearing his words who is not hit in his heart. As you just said, Gerhard, mentioning 9/11, all the other big dramas, this is resonating within the American soul. And with that, he wants to put even more pressure on President Biden to deliver more defense aircrafts. And from what we hear, from the Biden administration. This is kind of the number one topic, and it seems that they really will send more defense aircraft to the Ukraine. The big question probably is if they come in time.
Yes, he was asking very explicitly for weapons. He also asked for surface-to-air missiles, the S-300 missiles, but also he asked for new sanctions on Russia, more sanctions, and on all politicians there who still do not speak out against the war, the Duma members. Furthermore, he asked that all U.S. companies must leave Russia, to close U.S. ports to Russian goods. Those are all sort of little steps of escalation, if you will. How likely is it that the U.S. increases these sanctions?
He really used the stage to kind of reach everyone in this huge big country, right? He definitely tried to he definitely addressed it to Joe Biden himself, to the president, and to the lawmakers. But as you just said, he specifically spoke directly to shop owners, saying that they should close their shops in Russia, saying that like Russian money or everybody who is kind of supporting the Russian market has blood on his hands. Yes, he's asking for higher, stricter sanctions. We hear that there are debates whether Chinese banks who are doing business with Russia should be also sanctioned from the US. This is something the White House obviously is also discussing. So yes, he leaves no doubt, and I think this video underlined it, that the situation in Ukraine is just horrible, and he needs every possible help from the whole world, especially from the strong and powerful United States, to end it as soon as possible.
Нет, так чего вы переживаете? Я вот про это и говорю.
In Washington, they're reporting for us. Thank you very much, Ines. Russia, meanwhile, is escalating its attacks across Ukraine. Russian forces are reported to be intensifying fighting in the suburbs of the capital and have also stepped up their bombardment of Kyiv. Emergency services say at least 2 people were injured in new strikes on the city this morning.
For residents of the Ukrainian capital, every passing day brings further shelling, more homes lost, and more casualties. Is she alive? Yes, she's alive. Get her in the car. A citywide curfew was imposed on Tuesday and will last until Thursday morning. Ahead of the curfew, people rushed to the stores to stock up on food and supplies. The situation in the city is not bad. People are holding up. We're supported by the volunteers and the territorial defense. Meanwhile, President Volodymyr Zelensky said he saw hope for compromise in talks between Russia and Ukraine, even as Moscow stepped up its assault.
Это риторический вопрос. Имеешь ли ты право распоряжаться своей жизнью?
It's difficult, but important, because any war ends in agreement. Meetings continue. As I'm told, the positions in the negotiations sound more realistic. However, there still needs to be more time for decisions to be in Ukraine's interests.
On Tuesday, leaders from 3 EU countries visited Kyiv, bringing a message of support. They reiterated their desire to give Ukraine a way to join the EU as soon as possible.
I hope it should be agreed over the next couple of days or weeks, and the candidate status should be given till the end of this year at the latest. Thank you.
The capital bracing for the next round. This medical team has set up a field hospital in a bomb shelter for the worst-case scenario of having to treat the wounded here. The people of Kyiv know their ordeal is far from over.
Well, for more, let's bring in our correspondent, Alexandra from Now. She's in Lviv in western Ukraine. Alexandra, there's been increased shelling in and around the capital, Kyiv. What's the situation there? What are you hearing?
Kiev is under a curfew that was announced yesterday, with the city's mayor urging all residents to seek shelter, to take cover, because the Russian forces are apparently intensifying their attacks on the Ukrainian capital. We know that heavy fighting is going on the outskirts of Kiev. We know that there were explosions in the city center. There are also reports about Russian missiles striking apartment building that is quite close to the center. So this 12-floor apartment building was apparently struck, and first responders were trying to get people out of the apartment. Some of them were on fire this morning.
As I said earlier, you're in Lviv, that's in the west of Ukraine, where it's relatively quiet. But are people there worried that the violence, the shelling, the bombardments will soon reach that part of the country as well?
They are worried, of course. They are scared. Many told me that they think that it's just a question of time before the war will come here as well. We just have to remember that only a few days ago, a military training center just 30 kilometers away from Lviv was struck by Russian missiles. So people are scared, and we just have to stress the importance of Lviv. That is not only an important hub for aid deliveries towards the eastern part of the country, but it's also a place where many people flee. They flee the fighting in the eastern part of Ukraine, and then they move on to travel on across the border to Poland or other European nations.
So we heard in our report there that President Zelensky is more optimistic. He said he believes Russia may now be more open to negotiations, that their position might, as he put it, be more realistic now. What are we to make of that?
Well, he really sounded cautiously optimistic, suggesting that Russia has softened its stance, not demanding anymore that Ukraine surrender. We also heard from some senior members of the negotiating team. One of them said that there is room for compromise. However, he also added that there are still big differences, contradictions between the two sides. We know that what is at the table, apparently both sides are discussing that, is a future neutrality of Ukraine. And according to past statements, that could be something that the Ukrainian government could be potentially ready to discuss, with President Zelensky saying that Ukraine has to accept that it will not become a member of NATO despite the open door policy of the alliance. But of course, both sides seem to be still far apart with regards to their positions.
DW correspondent Alexandra von Namen there. Thank you very much, Alexandra. Time now to have a quick look at some of the other developments in this conflict. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is holding talks in the United Arab Emirates and later in Saudi Arabia to encourage oil producers in Gulf states to increase output. He's hoping to reduce the West's reliance on Russian oil and gas. Britain, like much of the West, is facing spiraling energy prices. Two journalists working for the US network Fox News have been killed in Ukraine. Irish cameraman Pierre Zakashevsky, seen here at the front of this picture, and Ukrainian producer Alexandra Kovshinova died when their car came under Russian fire outside Kyiv. At least 4 journalists have died covering the conflict so far. Credit rating companies say Russia may be on the verge of defaulting on its foreign currency debt. International sanctions have limited its ability to access foreign exchange reserves.
Ну смотри, при такой позиции, если у тебя корреспондент уезжает на фронт, неважно кому, понимаешь, и если ты как бы за ту позицию, которая, там по ошибке, или как там убивают свои же его, ты никогда не скажешь, что ты скажешь, враги убили, в середине, то есть как бы все понятно.
Moscow is due to pay more than $117 million in interest on sovereign bonds on Wednesday, with more payments looming later in the month. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has said that he sees, quote, some hope for reaching
Пока война
a
идет, то точно.
negotiations
То
with
есть война, правда, точно не любит это
after
задачу.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also sounded a positive note on the ongoing talks. In an interview with Russian TV channel RBK, Lavrov said that a neutral status is being seriously discussed in connection with security guarantees. There are concrete formulations that, in my view, are close to being agreed. Let's now bring in Michael Barsicu, a global affairs analyst with the Atlantic Council. Let's start with this, Michael. Ukraine and Russia are now indicating that there's hope for a compromise to end the war. What do you think that would look like?
Good to be with you. Well, if you had asked me this very same question a month ago, I would have said the Ukrainian population had zero appetite for a compromise, especially if it came to putting aside its bid to become a member of NATO or the EU. Now we're looking at a nation that in many parts of Ukraine, as your correspondent indicated, has been bombed into submission, and the bombing continues in places like Kiev. But it has to be said, I cannot overestimate this enough, that there's a lot of anger here on the streets in Lviv and elsewhere. There's a lot of arms in the hands of people. People are thinking back to the Maidan times of 2013 and 2014, and saying we did not spill our children's blood for nothing. We did not show up there for nothing. So this could spiral out of control very, very quickly given the current atmosphere. So I think Zelensky is in a very, very tough spot. Just quickly, there is, of course, an appetite, a very big appetite for the war to stop. But I actually predicted this some time ago that Zelensky may be pressured by Western allies to go for that kind of compromise. It's a very dangerous route indeed.
Let's go one step further. If there is any kind of compromise or negotiated settlement, a peace deal even, who will be guaranteeing that?
Well, that's a good question. And, as much as the Russians may be trying to show their good side, diplomatic side, whatever you want to call it, in these talks, they're not to be trusted. They weren't to be trusted in the guarantee of the safety of people fleeing in those humanitarian corridors. There's now fears that they're not doing well on the battlefield, so they may actually escalate their use of shelling, escalate use of banned weapons, and possibly even turn to chemical weapons. So we're in very, very dangerous, uncharted territory at the moment.
Is Ukrainian President Zelensky in a strong enough position domestically to agree to any kind of negotiated settlement? You mentioned the anger in the country before.
Yeah. Well, his popularity ratings are at an all-time high. He has surprised his most fiercest critics in terms of stepping up to the plate and becoming a war president. There's no training, to become a wartime president like he has. He's done extremely well. He's stood up to the Russians, second biggest army in the world. But again, because of the various delicate conditions that we're facing right now, with this anger, with the high death toll, with the degree of destruction, it's very, very difficult to predict whether he'd get enough support from Ukrainians to at least temporarily shelve the NATO bid. I think maybe that could be a kind of compromise if Zelensky told his people that this is a temporary thing just for us to regroup, get the Russians out, stop the bombing, and rebuild, but it remains to be seen.
Michael Barsicu there from the Atlantic Council think tank, thank you very much.
Pleasure. Thank you.
You're watching DW News. Here's a recap of the latest developments in the Ukraine war. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has repeated calls for a no-fly zone in a video address to the US Congress. He appealed to US companies to leave Russia, which he said were financing the war in his country. Invoking the turning point that saw the US join the Second World War, he told Congress, "Remember Pearl Harbor, we need you now." Meanwhile, Russia is stepping up its attacks across Ukraine. More strikes have hit a residential area in the capital, Kiev. Ukraine says Russian forces
Я же вам
have
сказал,
also attacked.
Зеленский Третью мировую хочет начать.
Second largest city, Kharkiv. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says peace talks with Russia have become more constructive. Moscow also says that a compromise could be close. And that's it from me and the news team for now. Phil Gale will have an update for you at the top of the hour. Don't forget, you can get in-depth round-the-clock coverage of the war in Ukraine on our website, that's dw.com, and on our social media channels, that's Instagram and Twitter. Our handle there is at DW News and the other office. Thanks for watching.
Every day counts for us and for our planet. Global Ideas is on its way to bring you more conservation. How do we make cities greener? How can we protect animals and their habitats? What to do with all our waste? We can make a difference by choosing reforestation over deforestation, recycling over disposable, smart new solutions over staying set in our ways.
The Earth is truly unique, and we know that that uniqueness is what allows us to live and survive.
Global Ideas, the environmental series in Global 3000, on DW and online.
One of China's largest manufacturing hubs, all but closed for business. Shenzhen is the latest Chinese city felled by a wave of COVID-19 infections and Beijing's hard lockdown policies. That's sending ripples through global markets. Also on the show, Intel makes a major bet on the future of European tech. The U.S. chip maker pledging billions for a build-out across the continent, including a manufacturing hub in Germany. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Stephen Beardsley in Berlin. Well, the past 2 years have been a headache for global supply chains. Businesses are now bracing for more. Russia's war against Ukraine is already distorting markets. Now COVID-19 cases in China are surging once again, and that's leading to key factory closures.
Barbed wire separates neighborhoods in Shenzhen, a desperate attempt to keep a new wave of coronavirus infections in check. China reported 5,280 new cases on Tuesday, more than double the previous day's tally. Now entire cities are under lockdown with no way in or out, as some travelers found out. I was going to go back by long-distance bus, but now I can only take a train. I had to wait 48 hours for a negative test result before I could leave, so this does affect me. I think the outbreak this year is worse than the first year, but we Shanghai people aren't really panicking. Many of us have food supplies stored at home just in case the neighborhood or workplace suddenly locks down. But it's not only grocery stores that are closing. With millions of Chinese affected in the country's tech and financial hub, some major companies had to halt production, among them Apple suppliers Foxconn and Unimicron. The economic impact for the country could be immense. Analysts say that China's goal of a 5.5% GDP growth is unrealistic.
I spoke to our Taipei correspondent Zhou Zhanghan about that lockdown in Shenzhen and other cities. I asked what they could mean for Chinese trade.
Shenzhen will be closed for at least a week, and that is serious. The world's third largest port, Yantian Port in Shenzhen, is unlikely to be able to accommodate ships this week and perhaps next week as well. We should remember that when this port was closed last year because of the epidemic, the scale of disruption of cargo transportation was about twice as large as the Suez Canal jam. And that was when Shenzhen, the city itself, was not in a lockdown. With this and more cities in complete or partial lockdowns, we will see a highly disrupted supply chain. And there are many reports on sources in Chinese industry revealing their fear. Many big companies they are gradually moving their factories outside of China with a target of about 15 to 20% capacity diversification by 2023.
All right, so producers looking to move their chains elsewhere at the moment, given that lockdown. Is it fair to say that this comes at an otherwise difficult moment for the Chinese economy?
Well, I will start with China's official stance that, according to the spokesperson from the National Bureau of Statistics, from the figures, the Chinese economy has shown a real warmth. That's what the official said. And the official data show that China's exports and investment grew by 13.6% and 12.2% respectively from January to February, while consumer retail sales increased by 6.7%. But for the industry, the data was too good, far better than the market's expectations. We have economists that predict that the pandemic and Russo-Ukrainian war could affect half of the China's GDP. We know the government is targeting the GDP growth of about 5.5%. Now, more and more banks expect it to grow by just 4 to 5% this year.
All right, not to mention issues with the tech sector, of course. So now there's the possibility of U.S. sanctions. That's really on the table now, should China decide to provide material support to Russia in its war with Ukraine. How big a concern is that for Chinese business leaders?
Actions speak louder than words. The Beijing-based Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, stopped activities that are linked to Russia and Belarus. The BRICS Development Bank, which is jointly financed by China, Russia, India, Brazil, and South Africa, also announced the suspension of new transactions in Russia. Before this, two of China's largest state-owned banks had begun to restrict financing for the purchase of Russian commodities. All these show that Chinese financial institutions do not want to be sanctioned and lose the opportunity to trade in US dollars. So we know how big a concern it is for the business leaders in China.
All right, so Zhang Han in Taipei, thank you very much. Is Russia on the cusp of insolvency? Ratings agency Fitch says there's an immediate risk of default. A bond payment of more than $100 million is due today. If Russia were to make that payment in rubles, it could trigger a technical default.
Western sanctions hit the Russian economy hard. Many banks have been excluded from the global payment system SWIFT, and a big chunk of state assets have been frozen. While Russia has dollar reserves of 640 billion, the country's central bank is unable to access about half of that due to the sanctions. Russia's international bonds are worth about $40 billion. $117 million are due today, while a principal payment of $2 billion is due on April 4th. The Russian finance minister, Anton Silvanov, said Moscow will pay its debts in rubles if Western sanctions keep blocking access to its dollar reserves. Credit ratings agency Fitch warned that paying in rubles would constitute sovereign default if Russia won't transfer dollars to its creditors within the next month. The International Monetary Fund says Russia's economy is now projected to decline significantly.
What impact will that have to the global economy? Let's remember that the reason they are unprecedented sanctions is because the unthinkable happened. A devastating war in Ukraine. And the impact of the sanctions is quite severe for the Russian economy. We expect deep recession in Russia.
The zloty is expected to hit neighboring countries such as Georgia and Moldova, which are both heavily reliant on trade with Russia. And there is also the chance that the recession could expand beyond the region, affecting the global economy.
And let's take a look at other business news making headlines. BMW has warned investors that the conflict in Ukraine could negatively affect its business for the current year. The company expects lower profit margins due to production and supply disruptions. The global chip shortage will still play a role, as the German car maker doesn't see supply constraints easing until the second half of 2022. The International Energy Agency has cut its world oil demand forecast for 2022 to just under 100 million barrels a day. It fears a global supply shock due to sanctions levied against Russia. Although the energy sector is excluded from those sanctions, major oil companies have stopped doing business with the country. The German ministry has warned against using antivirus software made by Moscow-based Kaspersky Lab. It says the firm's software could be exploited by Russia for a cyber attack. Kaspersky says it doesn't carry out attacks. In 2017, the U.S. banned its government agencies from using software made by the Russian company. €80 billion over a decade. Intel says its new expansion plans across Europe will help satisfy the continent's hunger for computer chips. At the center of its plans is the German city of Magdeburg, the future site of two major semiconductor factories.
Right now, it's just a field next to the Autobahn south of Magdeburg, but soon construction workers will begin works on two Intel factories here to develop and make chips for computers, smartphones, and cars.
The plan is for our initial investment to create 7,000 construction jobs over the course of the build, 3,000 permanent high-tech jobs at Intel, and tens of thousands of additional jobs.
Many cities in Germany, Italy, and other European countries were vying to host the new factories. Magdeburg came out on top because of its renowned research facilities, qualified population, and a large industrial site. The Intel city that's going to be created here will change everything. We won't be able to recognize Magdeburg because it'll create a pull effect that will attract many firms and their staff. It's one of the largest single private sector investments in Europe, and the fact that it's coming to a city in the former East shows a development, experts say. We had something similar with Tesla building a factory in Grünheide. Bosch built a large semiconductor factory in Dresden. Now Intel is doing the same. It shows that Eastern Germany is an attractive location for high-tech production and development. And the new factories could also help Europe overcome the global chip shortage while decreasing reliance on Asian manufacturers.
Turkey has been in an economic crisis for years, and the country is set to suffer even more due to Russia's war in Ukraine. That's because tourism makes up a large sector of Turkey's economy, with many visitors coming from around the region. Western sanctions against Moscow have put a stop to their travels for now.
With its warm climate and sandy beaches, Antalya seems like a place free of worry. Turkey's Mediterranean coast is one of the most popular tourist destinations for Europeans and has attracted visitors from Russia for years, with many staying in the area's more upscale hotels. Some are there right now, in fact, but they're far from relaxed.
So when I'm here, so when I live in the hotel, probably I don't need almost anything. That's why probably I don't need any money to be spent. But if I would like to visit some place, I would like to buy anything in drug store, for example, some medicine, I don't know how I should pay. So of course I had a little bit of cash, but if I would like to pay by my card, I don't know, will it be possible for me?
We have come here for a holiday with our children, and now it's unclear when we can return to Russia or which plane will take us home. It's a difficult situation. Our credit cards don't work. It's unclear how we'll stay here and how we can survive. No planes to fly home and no working credit cards, all due to sanctions as air travel to and from Russia is mostly cut off, and many of the country's banks and financial institutions have been kicked off the global payment system SWIFT. It's a huge problem for the area that greeted 9 million tourists last year, more than half coming from Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. It's unclear if and when they'll come back, and even then, problems remain. In the past, Russians and Ukrainians were brothers. They were friends. They traveled in the same boat, on the same bus. But now, if we want to take them on a visit, let's say to the springs of Pamukkale, would it be possible to get them on the bus together? For now, the beaches are mostly empty, and the region's future unclear.
All right, that's it for me and the DW business team here in Berlin. You can always find out more about these and other stories online, dw.com/business. We're also on YouTube under the DW News channel. I'm Stephen Beardsley. Thanks for watching.
Putin's war, our energy crisis. Germany must end its dependency on fossil fuels. That's what the plan was anyway. Solar power has lots of potential. Or does nuclear power need to make a comeback?
Made in Germany. In 90 minutes on DW. Small acts can inspire big changes. Meet the people making it possible on Eco Africa. Join them as they set out to save the environment, learn from one another, and work together for a better future.
Many thanks to you all for tuning in.
Eco Africa on DW.
It was 2016 I said goodbye to the Queen because I wanted to see if Germany was for me. The last few years have been quite a ride, getting fully in touch with the German inside. I've really done my homework when it comes to German beers, and of course I always look right in the eyes for a cheers, but perhaps the bigger sign's a new hobby of mine. I'm no longer a prude, I love to be renewed. There are pros and there are cons, but when you're feeling more forgiving, you'll realise it's culture just another way of living. Are you ready to meet the Germans? Then join me, Rachel Stewart, on DW.
Hello guys, this is the 77%, the platform for Africa's youth to debate issues and share ideas.
You know, on this channel, we are not afraid to tackle delicate topics. The young people clearly have the solutions.
The future belongs to you.
The 77%, every weekend on DW.
This is DW News, live from Berlin. Ukraine's president makes an urgent appeal to the United States.
Ukrainian people are defending not only Ukraine, we are fighting for the values of Europe and the world.
In a virtual address to Congress, Volodymyr Zelensky asked for more sanctions and military support to fight Russia, telling Americans, "We need you now." Also on the program, Russia escalates its bombardment of Kyiv. Ukraine says Russian forces are striking residential areas from positions outside the capital. And NATO defense ministers meeting in Brussels promised to keep supplying Ukraine with weapons despite threats from Moscow, and they discussed new ways of deterring future Russian actions. I'm Phil Gale. Welcome to the programme. Volodymyr Zelensky has made an urgent and emotional appeal to the United States for more help in his country's war against Russia. In a virtual address to Congress, Ukraine's president repeated his plea for Western countries to increase their military involvement, and he invoked key turning points in US history, telling Americans that Ukraine needs their help now.
Right now, the destiny of our country is being decided. The destiny of our people, whether Ukrainians will be free, whether they will be able to preserve their democracy. Russia has attacked not just us, not just our land, not just our cities. It went on a brutal offensive against our values, basic human values. It threw tanks and planes against our freedom, against our right to live freely in our own country, choosing our own future.
DW's Washington Bureau Chief watched President Zelensky's speech in English and indeed in Ukrainian. Welcome, Ines Paul. What were President Zelensky's main points?
Well, it was really an impassioned and a very emotional plea to the United States and to the world, I shall say. He just described the situation he's in. He said and triggered with that all kind of buttons. I think in the American soul. He compared the situation right now in Kiev with 9/11, saying we have a constant 9/11 since 3 weeks. He referred to Mount Rushmore. He referred to Martin Luther King's speech, "I have a dream," saying, "I have a need." So it was very emotional, and the highlight of that probably was the video he played with devastating pictures. So, Phil, I think what we experienced today is really one of the most outstanding speeches we've ever heard from a political leader.
And again, we heard that request, almost a demand for a no-fly zone, but he also was looking for alternatives, knowing that that's probably not on the table.
Right, because I think he understands that at least he won't get any support for a no-fly zone from President Biden here in the United States. So he kind of focused on military aid. He talked a lot about the airstrikes from the Russian military and that he is in urgent need of more defense aircrafts. So that's exactly what he was focusing on. And we are expecting President Biden to speak in 1.5 hours or so, announcing that he will spend another $800 million to help Ukraine, and maybe also talking about exactly these aircrafts President Zelensky was asking for in his speech.
Okay, so $800 million likely on air defense. This is on top of support that Washington is already providing.
Right. So obviously Biden is willing really to spend even more money. We also hear that they are willing, the Biden administration is willing to put more pressure on Russia via other sanctions, maybe even putting sanctions on Chinese banks which are working with Russia. So the Biden administration, there is no doubt, stands really strongly behind Ukraine.
And how united are American lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans, when it comes to sanctions against Russia?
They are, and Phil, I'm convinced after this speech there will be even more, and I'm also sure that every single American who watched that video and listened to that speech will probably change the mind or the thinking he might have had before that speech. I was traveling to a Trump rally over the weekend and talked to Trump supporters who sure felt for Ukrainians, but kind of said, no, we are really more interested in lower gas prices here at home. But President Zelensky really knows how to address his audience. And again, with this very emotional speech, I'm sure he convinced many also average Americans that this support is really needed, and that will back up Biden to increase the amount of money he's spending and the pressure he puts on Russia via sanctions.
Just a quick word on sanctions then. Russia has barred President Biden and other high-ranking US and Canadian officials from entering the country. What was the reaction to that?
Well, I mean, also Hillary Clinton, actually. Yeah, nothing. I mean, there was no interest, or there is no interest whatsoever from President Biden to travel to Russia. So this is, nobody really cares about this ban at the moment. There are really different problems to solve.
Didn't have to cancel any holiday plans. Right, Ines Paul in Washington, thank you. Well, Russia is escalating its attacks across Ukraine. Russian forces are reported to be stepping up their bombardment of Kyiv and intensifying the fighting in city suburbs. Emergency services say at least 2 people were injured in new strikes on the capital this morning.
For residents of the Ukrainian capital, every passing day brings further shelling, more homes lost, and more casualties. Is she alive?
Поздно уже, опоздал.
A citywide curfew was imposed on Tuesday and will last until Thursday morning. Ahead of the curfew, people rushed to the stores to stock up on food and supplies. The situation in the city is not bad. People are holding up. We're supported by the volunteers and the territorial defense. Meanwhile, President Volodymyr Zelensky said he saw hope for compromise in talks between Russia and Ukraine, even as Moscow stepped up its assault.
It is important. It's difficult, but important, because any war ends in an agreement. Meetings continue. As I'm told, the positions in the negotiations sound more realistic. However, there still needs to be more time for decisions to be in Ukraine's interests.
On Tuesday, leaders from 3 EU countries visited Kyiv, bringing a message of support. They reiterated their desire to give Ukraine a way to join the EU as soon as possible.
I hope it should be agreed over the next couple of days or weeks, and the candidate status should be given till the end of this year at the latest.
The capital bracing for the next round. This medical team has set up a field hospital in a bomb shelter for the worst-case scenario of having to treat the wounded here. The people of Kyiv know their ordeal is far from over.
Let's take you to Ukraine then and join DW's Alexandra von Naumann, who's in Lviv in the west of the country. Welcome, Alexandra. Let's start with the intensification of fighting and shelling in and around the capital. What are you hearing?
So what we know is that heavy fighting is taking place on the outskirts of Kiev, and according to Ukraine officials, the Ukrainian forces there, and this is quite interesting, have started their own counter-offensive, their counter-attacks on Russian troops there. The goal is not so much to win back territory, but the goal is apparently to inflict mass casualties on the Russian army. And when we talk about the city itself, it is under curfew that was announced yesterday. So with its mayor calling on all residents to seek shelter, we know that there were explosions in the city center. There are reports that an apartment building was hit by Russian missiles with people trapped there, with apartments on fire, and first responders who rushed to the building to get the people out this morning.
And you're there in Lviv, a region where people have been fleeing to for safety, but the situation there has become more dangerous over recent days.
Yes, and people told me, many people I've been talking with, that they are afraid it's just a question of time before the war comes here as well. Just a few days ago, Russian missiles struck military infrastructure and international training center just about 30 kilometers away from Lviv, so people are now scared. And we also had this morning an air raid alarm twice. So there is this sense that it's maybe also not safe here. However, we have to say that it's been quiet so far in the last days, and this is of course very important. We are not only having residents who still are in Lviv, but also many refugees who are here to stay after fleeing the fighting in eastern part of Ukraine, or who want to travel on to cross the border to Poland and to other European nations.
And President Zelensky addressed the US Congress today, saying this is a crucial moment for his country. What did he mean by that?
Well, he said that this is a moment right now, that this is a moment where the destiny of his country and the destiny of his people is being decided. And that was, of course, because when you talk to people here, they would tell you that they are not only fighting to defend their country, they're also fighting to defend European values. But there is another aspect to that that is worth mentioning. At the moment, it seems that the Russian forces cannot move as quickly as they planned, that the Ukrainian army was able to slow them down. So that is why the Ukrainian president called on the US administration, of course, to close the sky over Ukraine, but he knows that this is not likely to happen. So what he is asking for are more efficient weapons that could make a difference in this moment, more air defense systems and fighter jets.
Thank you for that, Alexandra, DW correspondent Alexandra von Neumann in Lviv. We'll take a look at some more developments in this conflict. And the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says he sees some hope for reaching a compromise in negotiations with Kyiv. He told Russian TV that negotiators have made progress concerning a potential neutral status for Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has also expressed optimism about the ongoing talks. Two journalists working for the US network Fox News have been killed in Ukraine. Irish cameraman Pierre Azarshevsky, as seen here at the front of the picture, and Ukrainian producer Alexander Akushinova died when their car came under fire outside Kyiv. At least 4 journalists have died covering the conflict. The TV journalist who was arrested for protesting against the war in Ukraine has been released. Marina Ovsianikovna was fined around 250 euros, but could still receive a prison sentence. The employee of Russian state-owned Channel 1 was detained after she interrupted a live news broadcast holding an anti-war poster. Newly passed laws in Russia effectively criminalize independent reporting on wars. Top defense officials from NATO countries are discussing further help from Ukraine as Kyiv fights back against Russia's invasion. Leaders, including US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, are meeting in Brussels. Mr. Austin repeated that the alliance would abide by its promise to protect the Eastern European allies if Russia launched an attack. But Estonia, a smaller NATO ally, which borders Russia, continued to call for the alliance to set a flight zone. This is a step the alliance has so far refused to take, fearing full-scale war with Russia. NATO says it has to ensure the conflict does not spill over into Ukraine's neighbors.
We are reinforcing our collective defense. Hundreds of thousands of troops on heightened alert. 100,000 troops, US troops in Europe, and then 40,000 troops of the NATO command are in the command also support the lines.
Change in the alliance's stance on providing air cover.
We're not expecting NATO to change its collective mind. Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has said time and again that it's not that they wouldn't like to help the Ukrainians and that these are very painful decisions, but that the loss of life would be greater if you were to institute a shooting war between NATO and Russia. So we really don't see any movement on that at all, although people do, of course, like the Estonians and, of course, like President Zelensky himself, continue to call for such a measure.
So when Mr. Stoltenberg talks about reinforcements, this is presumably in addition to significant forces that NATO has already placed in the eastern part of Europe.
About more and more troops, equipment, pre-positioned equipment being sent to NATO's eastern allies. He, of course, is not talking about reinforcing anything inside Ukraine, as they maintain there will be no boots on the ground inside Ukraine. So that's what defense ministers are discussing today. Not only what more they may be willing to contribute at the moment, more troops in all of these countries, along the Russian border, the Belarusian border, along Ukraine's border, but also they're looking at how this adaptation will look in the longer term. They've obviously come to the conclusion that this is not something that's going to end soon. The instability caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine is something that Europe is going to have to live with, and thus NATO's posture in the long term is going to change.
Right, and the deployment of those troops to the east, this is NATO taking the threat from Russia from that side seriously.
Absolutely. What we hear time and again from officials speaking conversationally is that you need to throw out thinking of Russian President Vladimir Putin as a rational actor. We used to talk about what he wouldn't do because the price would be too high. Now, of course, he did that, even with such a high price. So what military planners, what political officials are looking at now is what he's capable of, because no one any longer knows what he will do.
Okay, thank you for that, Terry Schultz in Brussels. With all those sanctions, is Russia on the edge of insolvency? A ratings agency Fitch says there is an immediate risk of default. A bond payment of more than $100 million is due today. If Russia were to make that payment in rubles, it could trigger a technical default.
Western sanctions hit the Russian economy hard. Many banks have been excluded from the global payment system SWIFT, and a big chunk of state assets have been frozen. While Russia has dollar reserves of $640 billion, the country's central bank is unable to access about half of that due to the sanctions. Russia's international bonds are worth about $40 billion. $117 million are due today, while the principal payment of $2 billion is due on April 4th. The Russian finance minister Anton Silvanov said Moscow will pay its debts in rubles if Western sanctions keep blocking access to its dollar reserves. Credit ratings agency Fitch warned that paying in rubles would constitute sovereign default if Russia won't transfer dollars to its creditors within the next month. The International Monetary Fund says Russia's economy is now projected to decline significantly.
What impact will that have to the global economy?
Let's remember that the reason they are unprecedented sanctions is because the unthinkable happened. A devastating war in Ukraine. And the impact of the sanctions is quite severe for the Russian.
You can download it from the website, and let's do it together now so you can see if you got the right answers. So let's start with question 1. Write the key signature and dominant seventh chord for each of these keys. So write the key signature. We're going to be working with key signatures. We'll start here. D major has two sharps, Father Charles, F sharp, and C sharp. And now we have to write the dominant seventh chord in the key of D major. Step 1 is to figure out what the root is. The root of the dominant seventh chord in D major is the fifth note of D major, and the fifth note of D major is A. D, E, F sharp, G, A. So the dominant of D is A. There's the root. Step 2 is to write a major triad above the root. An A major triad is A, C sharp, E, and step 2 is to finish it off with a minor seventh above the root. And a minor seventh above A is G natural. I know it's G natural because a major seventh would be G sharp. The seventh note of an A major scale is G sharp. If we lower that by 1, we get this minor seventh G natural. That's the right answer. Okay, now we're going to build a dominant seventh in the key of E major. We'll start by writing the key signature. Father Charles goes down. There are 4 sharps. And step 1 is to write the dominant note of E major. The 5th note of E major is a B. I'm going to write it low down here. Now step 2 is to write a major triad on top of that root. A B major triad consists of B, D sharp, and F sharp, which is taken care of for us by the key signature. And step 3 is to write a minor seventh above the note B. A minor seventh above the note B happens to be A natural. That's the right answer. Dominant seventh in the key of A major. The key of A major has 3 sharps. Father Charles goes. And step 1 is to figure out the root. The 5th note of an A major scale is E. E is the dominant of an A major scale. Step 2 is to write an E major triad, a major triad above the root. So we have E, G sharp, and D. That's an E major triad. And step 3 is to finish it off with a minor 7th. Minor 7th above E is D. A major 7th above E is D sharp, because D sharp is the 7th note of an E major scale. We lower it by 1, we get D natural. Dominant 7th of G major. G major has 1 sharp, and the dominant note of G major is D. 5th note of a G major scale is D. Write a major triad on top. D, F sharp, which is given to us by the key signature, and A is a D major triad. And step 3 is to finish it off with a minor 7th. Minor 7th above D is the note C. Your friend and mine, B flat major, has 2 flats. Battle ends. 5th note of B flat major is F. Right, B flat, C, D, E flat, F. Dominant of B flat major is F. Step 2 is to write a major triad on top of F. Step 3 is to write a minor 7th on top of F. Minor 7th on top of F is E flat, and it's all taken care of by the key signature. E flat major. Key of E flat major is 3 flats, battle ends, and step 1, write the root of the dominant 7th of E flat. The dominant of E flat is a B flat. I'll write it down here to save space. And then we write a B flat major triad on top of the root, and then we write a minor 7th on top of the root. And that's the dominant 7th of E flat major. Now we have minor keys. Still using a key signature. Let's now remember, I've said this several times in the old videos, and that big red slide would come up by my face that says Music Theory Emergency. Remember what that emergency is. When we're working in minor key signatures with dominant 7th chords, we have to manually raise the leading tone, so don't forget. Watch. Every question on this line is in a minor key, which means for every single answer here, we're going to have to manually raise the leading tone. Okay. Let's write the key signature first. The key signature of F sharp minor is 3 sharps because it's the relative minor of A major. Okay, step 1 is figure out the root of the dominant 7th chord in F sharp minor. The root of the dominant 7th chord in F sharp minor is the 5th note of F sharp minor, and the 5th note of F sharp minor is C sharp. And we don't need to write the C sharp because the key signature takes care of it for us. Now, step 2 is to write a major triad on top of the root. C sharp, E, G sharp. This is a C sharp minor triad. I have to physically raise the 3rd, E sharp, which is the leading tone of F sharp minor. Now it's a C sharp major triad. Now we can continue. Step 3 is to make a minor 7th on top of C sharp. Minor 7th on top of C sharp is B natural. And that's the right answer. So when we wrote in the major keys, we didn't have to add any accidentals, but down here we have to add accidentals to raise the leading tone. G minor. Key signature of G minor is 2 flats, B flat, and E flat, because G minor is the relative minor of B flat major. The 5th note of G minor is D. Okay, that's step 1. Now step 2 is to build a major triad on top of the root. This is a D minor triad right now. Raise the 3rd, make it a major 3rd, adding the leading tone, and then finished off with a minor 7th, and that is the dominant 7th of G minor. F minor. Key signature of F minor is 4 flats. Battle, ends, and down, because F minor is the relative key of A flat major. 5th note of F minor is C. Now we need to build a C major triad, and I can do that by making this E natural instead of E flat. That's a C major triad. And step 3 is to have the minor 7th on top. Minor 7th on top of C natural is B flat. That's the right answer. Okay, the key signature of C minor. C minor is the relative minor of E flat major, and E flat major has 3 flats, battle, ends, and. Fifth note of C minor is G. Fifth note of C major is also G. Now we need to make a G major chord. This is G, B flat, D. That's a G minor chord. So get rid of the B flat, raise it by 1. Now it's a G major chord. And step 3 is to add the minor 7th. G major, minor 7th. This is the dominant 7th of C minor. And over here we have a D minor key signature. That's 1 flat because it's the relative of F major. Step 1 is to find the root of the dominant 7th chord. The 5th note of a D minor scale is A. Now we build an A major chord. A major has a C sharp in it. There's an A major triad. And now we add the minor 7th. The minor 7th on top of A is G natural. Now I'm going pretty fast. If this is too fast for you, you need to go back to my intervals video and practice finding intervals. Okay, if you're getting lost and you don't know why that A to G natural is a minor 7, you've gone too far in my videos. Go back and go to the intervals video. A minor's key signature is nothing, hooray, because A is the relative of C. What's the 5th note of an A minor scale? E. Step 2 is to build an E major triad. This is not an E major triad. E, G, B is E minor. Let's add the G sharp, raise the 3rd. Now it's a major chord. And last we add the minor 7th on top. And that is the dominant 7th of A minor. Good. Question 2. Name the major key in which all of these dominant 7th chords exist. Keyword being major. No pun intended. Haha. We're in the bass clef, pay attention. So, we have to figure out which major key this dominant 7th chord belongs to. We have to pay attention to the lowest note. The lowest note, looking at it, will give us the root, and then we will use that root and assume it's the dominant of a key signature, and then we're going to count backwards, okay? So here we have what looks like an dominant 7th chord built on the note A. A is the root of this chord. So we have to ask ourselves, in what major key is A the dominant? Or in what major key is A the 5th note? I know that A is the 5th note of a D major scale. So the key is D major. Alright, that's all you gotta do. Let's go over here. The root of this dominant 7th chord is B. Now we ask ourselves, in what major key is B the dominant note? B happens to be the 5th note of an E major scale, right? E, F sharp, G sharp, A, B. So this dominant 7th chord belongs to the key of E major. And I might as well just tell you, you can also write M-A, if you're more comfortable, you can write D major, E major. Plus is an old-fashioned way of writing that for us old people. Okay, what do we have here? We have what looks like a dominant 7th chord built on F. F is the root. Ask yourself, in what major key is F the dominant note? In what major key is F the 5th note? Is it B major? Let's count down. F, underneath F is E, underneath E is D, underneath D is C, and underneath C is B. Maybe it's B major. It's not, right? Because B major doesn't have an F natural, it has an F sharp. So you got that wrong. Shame on you. F is the 5th note of B flat major, not B major. Over here, oh look, the root is B. So we have a dominant 7th chord. Oops, I'm sorry, I was reading that in treble clef. Shame on me. This is a dominant 7th chord built on D. D, F sharp, A, C. In what major key is D the 5th note of the scale? D is the 5th note of a G major scale. So this is the dominant 7th chord of G major. Over here, let's look. This is a dominant 7th chord built on G. G is the root. In what key is G the dominant note? C major. The 5th note of C major scale is G, and that's where we build the dominant chord. So this dominant 7th chord belongs to the key of C major. And the last one, we have an actual C. C, E, G, B flat. This is a dominant 7th chord built on the note C. C is the 5th note of an F major scale. Count down 5, you end up with F. So this is the dominant 7th of F major. Okay, question number 3. Write the dominant 7th chord below their given note. Below their given root quality chord symbol. So here's the root quality chord symbol. This is an A flat. This is a dominant 7th chord built on A flat. This is the dominant 7th chord built on C. This is the dominant 7th chord built on F, etc. And we're going to represent that down here with pitch material. So root quality. The root is A flat, and the quality is a 7th chord, a dominant 7th in this case. So easy. Let's just write an A flat. That's step 1. Now step 2 is to write a major triad. A flat, C, E flat is a major triad. And step 3 is to write a minor 7th above the root. And a minor 7th above A flat is G flat. And that's the right answer. So forget about key signatures right now. This symbol represents this sonority. A dominant 7th chord where A flat is the root, and there it is. This says C7. Root is C, quality is dominant 7th. So the root is C, they've given it to us, C. We're building a dominant 7th chord. Step 2 to building a dominant 7th chord after the root is to build a major triad. C, E, G is a major triad. And step 3 is to write a minor 7th on top. There's our C dominant 7th chord. F7, root is F, quality is dominant 7th. So we're building a dominant 7th chord on the note F. Here's the note F. Step 2 is to write a major triad. FAC is an F major triad. And we have a minor 7th on top. There, that's a dominant 7th chord built on the note F, just like the root quality chord symbol told us to. B7 over here. Root is B, quality is dominant 7th. Let's find the B. There's our root. Then we build a major triad on top. A B major triad consists of a D sharp and an F sharp. Again, if you don't know why, you need to go back to the key signatures video and or the intervals video, and maybe even the scales video. And a minor 7th on top of B is A natural. That's a B dominant 7th chord. G7 root, G quality dominant 7th, root, G major triad on top, minor 7th. There's a dominant 7th chord built on the note G, and lastly B flat 7. B flat is the root, dominant 7th. Let's find a B flat as our root, write it down there. Now we write a major triad and a minor 7th on top. Good. That's that one done. And last question, question number 4. Write the dominant 7th chord above the functional chord symbol written within the given major key. So these are major keys. That would be F major, A flat major, A major. And now we are writing the dominant 7th chord of that key. So the root isn't given to us the way it is in root quality chord symbols. We have to find the roots ourselves. So I know that this is F major. I'll write it over there to remind myself, because I'm forgetful. Now, the dominant 7th of F major. So what's the dominant note of F major? We have to find the root. Let's count. F G, A, B flat, C. C is the fifth note of F major. We'll find a C. And now we can start, because we have the root, build a major triad on top. And a minor seventh. The minor seventh is B flat, but we don't have to physically write in the B flat because it's been given to us by the key signature. Good. Over here we have four flats. That is A flat major. Why isn't it F minor? Because the question said major keys. Okay, what's the fifth note? This V represents 5. What's the fifth note of an A flat major scale? That would be E flat. Alright, there, and I don't need to write in the flat because the key signature takes care of it for me. Now I build a major triad on top of the root. E flat, G, B flat. That's E flat major. And now last thing I need to put a minor seventh on top. A minor seventh on top of E flat is D flat, and I don't even have to write the D flat because the key. A flat major. Why isn't it F minor? Because the question said major keys. Okay, what's the fifth note? This V represents 5. What's the fifth note of an A flat major scale? That would be E flat. I'll write it there, and I don't need to write in the flat because the key signature takes care of it for me. Now I build a major triad on top of the root. E flat, G, B flat. That's E flat major, and now last thing I need to put a minor seventh on top. A minor seventh on top of E flat is D flat, and I don't even have to write the D flat because the key signature took care of it for me. Okay, this is A major, 3 sharps. What's the fifth note of an A major scale? Let's see. A, B, C sharp, D, E. The root is E. Now we need to build an E major triad on top of the root. E, G sharp, B. That's an E major triad, and now we need a minor seventh. E to D is a minor seventh. Key signature helped us out. We didn't have to physically write in that G sharp. The key signature took care of it for us. 2 flats over here. That's B flat major. What's the fifth note of B flat major? Fifth note of B flat major is F. So F, build a major triad, F, A, C. Then a minor seventh on top of F is E flat. And again, the key signature takes care of it for us. I don't have to write in E flat. 1 sharp, that's G major. What's the fifth note of G major? Fifth note of G major is D. Now we need a D major triad. D, F sharp, A. That's a D major triad, and a minor seventh on top. Minor seventh on top of D is E. And the last one, 4 sharps, is E major. What's the fifth note of E major? B is the fifth note of E major. Now we build a B major triad on top of the note B, and a minor seventh on top of the note B is A natural. There's an F sharp and a D sharp there, but the key signature takes care of it for us, and that is the homework sheet. If you want to see more of them, you can go download them from classicalcontext.ca and do more, because this is a lot of fun, I'm sure.
Hi, in this session we're going to be looking at the triads that form the basis of harmony, and then we're going to work out how we work with the triads to look at a melody that we might want to harmonize. In other words, a melody that we want to choose chords for, so the whole thing sounds good. We've done a bit of this in earlier grades, and if you come to this afresh, you might want to look back at some of the grades 1 to 5 material just to work out what's going on with chords. But I'm going to start with a brief kind of refresher, and we'll move on fairly quickly see how we're going to do this conversion, from working with the triads to actually writing some harmony, which is where music starts to get very exciting. So let's work in the key of C major. And here's a stave. And in order to find the triads for the key of C major, I'm going to begin by writing the scale of C major. So C, D, E, F, G, A, B. Now I could write C at the top in order to complete the scale, but from the point of view of triads,
Ce masse il y a quelques jours parce que Kiev était assez encore ouvert. Aujourd'hui, ceux qui voulaient partir ont eu globalement la possibilité de partir, mais il y a aussi Odessa, il y a aussi les villes du sud où là c'est plus compliqué encore. Donc oui, on a encore des opérations d'exfiltration et d'évacuation de civils.
À la demande d'entreprises?
À la demande d'entreprises et d'institutions européennes.
Alors vous connaissez l'Ukraine, c'est pas depuis le 24 février dernier. Vous aviez un rapport particulier à l'Ukraine, et notamment ces déchirures dans le Donbass.
Oui, en fait, effectivement, j'ai eu l'occasion de travailler en Ukraine à plusieurs reprises, à nombreuses reprises, et j'ai eu l'occasion également d'aller 2 fois dans le Donbass, Lugansk et Donetsk, après la guerre de 2014, au profit d'un client français. Et donc, j'ai pu véritablement vérifier sur le terrain l'effet délétère qu'a cette guerre qui durait à nos portes depuis 8 ans aujourd'hui. Et il ne faut pas être totalement surpris de ce qui arrive aujourd'hui quand on a vu ce qui s'était passé depuis 2014.
Vous avez un client français qui faisait quand même des affaires avec les régions séparatistes.
C'était que ce client français, les régions du Donbass étaient les régions les plus riches, les plus économiquement dynamiques. Ils avaient de l'autre côté du front des actifs dont ils voulaient savoir ce qu'il était devenu de ces actifs-là.
Ouais. Alors justement, parlez-nous un peu de cette région du Donbass. Qu'est-ce qu'elle a de spécial dans l'ensemble de l'Ukraine?
Elle a au moins deux caractéristiques très spécifiques. D'une part, c'est la partie la plus russophone et la plus pro-russe, qui explique le mouvement séparatiste qui ne vient pas de nulle part. Et puis, c'était la région la plus riche à la fois en sidérurgie, parce qu'il y a le charbon, le fer qui permet une sidérurgie, et agricole également très riche.
Alors, quels sont vos canaux d'information aujourd'hui pour être au courant de ce qui se passe là, d'heure en heure?
Aujourd'hui, la problématique, c'est le trop d'informations. Les réseaux sociaux, les chaînes d'information, nos sources locales, nos relais locaux, nos équipes locales nous remontent de l'information. Le problème, c'est la synthèse et l'analyse. Il faut prendre du recul par rapport, parce que nos clients nous demandent de la prospective, de la prévision. Ils ne nous demandent pas de savoir ce qui se passe au jour le jour. Il faut savoir plutôt quel est le coup d'après.
Ouais, alors justement, le coup d'après, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, concrètement, plus rien ne fonctionne d'un point de vue économique en Ukraine.
Ah, c'est pas tout à fait vrai.
C'est pas vrai.
Les télécommunications fonctionnent, elles sont essentielles.
Ouais.
Les banques fonctionnent, notamment les banques françaises, celles qui ont des filiales là-bas, travaillent aussi avec les banques ukrainiennes pour faire fonctionner un minimum de circuits économiques et financiers, parce que sinon c'est l'écroulement. Ce qui va être un vrai problème, c'est l'agriculture et l'industrie. Notamment l'agriculture, si on ne sème pas, on va avoir du mal à récolter en octobre. Et donc là oui, il va y avoir véritablement moi je suis en train de penser à une démondialisation explosive sur un certain nombre de filières d'approvisionnement qui sont absolument nécessaires.
Rien qu'à partir de l'Ukraine, vous imaginez une démondialisation?
En fait, pour moi, c'est un élément supplémentaire, véritablement, qui est un game changer, si vous permettez l'expression. Déjà, le Covid nous avait poussé à réfléchir sur des ruptures de flux d'approvisionnement et à démondialiser, réindustrialiser l'Europe. Là, c'est à la frontière de l'Europe, c'est même dans l'Europe géographique. Et aujourd'hui, on parle de sécurité alimentaire. C'est pas juste, entre guillemets, des masques. On en est à les pays. En France, on va être peu touché sur cet aspect-là. L'aspect hydrocarbures, c'est forcément autre chose. Mais les pays du pourtour méditerranéen, et notamment africains, sont extrêmement dépendants du blé ukrainien et russe. Beaucoup de pays sont dépendants à plus de 50%, même 100%. C'est-à-dire que s'ils ne reçoivent pas les livraisons, on va aboutir à quoi? À des émeutes de la faim, comme on avait pu voir pendant notamment le printemps.
Et donc là, vous travaillez sur quelle hypothèse? Est-ce que les millions de tonnes, 6 millions de tonnes de blé, 12 millions de tonnes de maïs restent bloquées en Ukraine, sur les ports d'Odessa? Est-ce que vous travaillez sur cette hypothèse de non-livraison aux clients?
Oui, pour deux raisons. D'une part, les ports ne sont pas aujourd'hui accessibles et ça pourrait durer longtemps. Odessa n'est pas prise, ça pourrait aussi militairement durer longtemps, ce n'est pas le sujet, mais je constate que ça peut durer longtemps. Et d'autre part, qui transporte ce blé? Ce sont essentiellement à plus de 50% des sociétés européennes. La CGM, MSC, les grands géants européens. Et aujourd'hui,
ils ne veulent pas y aller.
D'une part, ils ne veulent pas y aller pour des questions de sécurité, et d'autre part, c'est sous sanction, si ça passe du côté russe. Donc, comment, imaginons que ce blé soit quand même sur le port, comment on livre aux pays africains? Avec quels moyens?
Donc concrètement, vous oubliez ce blé-là. Donc vos clients en Afrique, ils vous demandent de travailler sur le coup d'après. Mais c'est lequel?
Eh bien, c'est d'autres sources d'approvisionnement. Les Chinois ont déjà indiqué il y a bien un certain temps, et ça tombe mal, que leur récolte sera très mauvaise à cause des conditions climatiques. Il y a des tampons qui peuvent être faits. C'est l'Europe, la France en particulier, qui est un grand producteur de céréales, et l'Inde probablement. Mais là, on est encore au niveau des conjectures et des scénarios.
Vous ne pensez pas aux États-Unis?
Aujourd'hui, les États-Unis ils n'exportent pas forcément du blé. Ils exportent beaucoup d'autres céréales, mais ce n'est pas le blé leur principale exportation agricole.
Et donc aujourd'hui, pour vos clients en Afrique, vous allez chercher du blé ailleurs?
On est en train de réfléchir à d'autres options. Et donc d'autres partenaires commerciaux, d'autres circuits d'approvisionnement. C'est tout un système qui était en flux tendu, qui est en train de se réorganiser. Pour ça, je dis de manière explosive, parce que c'est un peu chaotique.
Ouais. Donc pour cette partie sud de la Méditerranée, c'est la sécurité alimentaire.
Qui pose.
Pour nous, Européens, c'est quoi?
Pour nous, en fait, j'emploierais vraiment le terme de... C'est peut-être la première guerre économique. Je ne suis pas ministre de l'économie, je peux me permettre d'employer ce terme sans générer des problèmes politiques. C'est la première fois que au-delà des sanctions qu'on pouvait faire contre l'Iran, l'Irak, le Myanmar, où on était très peu infectés, nous, citoyens et consommateurs européens, là, c'est la première fois qu'on est en état de tension, disons guerre économique, avec un acteur symétrique qui est dépendant de nous, dont on est dépendant.
11e ou 12e PIB du monde.
Exactement, et notre plus grand fournisseur d'hydrocarbures et de gaz en particulier, ça s'est rebattu sur toutes les chaînes. Mais ce qui est intéressant, c'est que là, on est vraiment dans une logique d'affrontement économique, et donc, qui dit affrontement dit volonté. Et je pense que M. Poutine a mésestimé probablement les volontés, c'est assez classique, des démocraties libérales, et doit jouer maintenant en se disant les Européens vont se désunir parce que leurs citoyens vont faire grève ou il va y avoir des manifestations contre le prix, des tensions sociales contre le prix, par exemple, du pétrole ou d'autres, le prix du gaz l'année prochaine, et donc les Européens ne vont pas tenir sur la durée. C'est à mon avis un des paris qu'il doit faire aujourd'hui.
Et donc vos clients vous demandent de réfléchir sur la manière de tenir sur la durée.
Oui, de tenir sur la durée et de changer, leur mode d'approvisionnement.
Est-ce qu'on est dans une réflexion du retour au rideau de fer? C'est-à-dire où pendant de 45 à 89, on n'a pratiquement pas commercé avec cette partie du monde.
Alors, d'une part, c'est pas totalement vrai. On commerçait de manière assez importante avec l'Union soviétique. Et d'autre part, je pense que il va falloir réinventer des termes et des concepts, parce que je pense que c'est un peu de paresse intellectuelle de reparler du retour du rideau de fer. Notamment, M. Poutine n'a jamais voulu garder ses citoyens. Il préfère les envoyer ailleurs. Ceux les plus contestataires, il préfère qu'ils soient à Londres ou à Paris plutôt que chez lui. Donc on n'est pas dans la même logique.
Il ne fermera pas le pays.
Il fermera, à mon sens, je peux me tromper comme expert. Mais je pense qu'on va être dans une nouvelle configuration. Mais ce qui est certain, c'est que on a changé de paradigme sur le sujet. Et ce qui était avant le 24 février n'est plus vrai. C'est ça.
Vos clients vous disent plus question de travailler ou en Ukraine ou en Russie ou pas?
Oui, et non. De cette réponse de Normand. Oui, aujourd'hui, c'est totalement inconcevable en Ukraine pour des raisons sécuritaires.
Et d'image.
Et en Russie pour des raisons d'image, évidemment. Ensuite, si le régime russe venait à évoluer de manière un peu abrupte, je pense que ça rebattrait totalement les cartes. C'est pas la Russie ou le peuple russe en tant que tel. C'est un régime qui a fait des choix et des paris audacieux et probablement trop ambitieux sur des gains territoriaux.
Est-ce que, du coup, c'est pas une occasion pour l'Europe de pivoter sur le Sud et l'Afrique?
C'est en tout cas une occasion, à mon sens, historique pour l'Europe, qui était déjà en gestation durant le Covid. L'Europe est forte, en fait. L'Europe est forte de son économie, de son peuple, de ses ressources humaines, de ses productions aussi agricoles. Et on a une logique à discuter plus et à s'intégrer plus avec l'Afrique. L'Afrique et le Moyen-Orient au sens large du terme. Donc, ce qui veut dire aussi régler quand même un certain nombre de relations problématiques, et je pense à l'Iran en particulier, où on est encore en négociation depuis très longtemps. C'est peut-être le moment d'accélérer et de trouver des solutions.
Merci beaucoup, Jérôme Passinotti, pour vos réponses. L'entretien de l'intelligence économique, eh bien, c'est terminé, mais évidemment, vous pouvez retrouver cette émission sur France 24, sur nos réseaux sociaux et évidemment nos podcasts. Au revoir.
No-fly zone, that we need to be armed, that we need your support, not only economic and not only help with the refugees. This is all very good, but we need more. Otherwise, we will not stand this huge Russian army. Then we must really respond to it positively. This is our closest neighbor, and they struggle for our values. They defend our civilization today, really. I understand that the German attitude with all the past of Germany is very sensitive, and thank God that Germany is so sensitive today on all those issues. And this is really, we must understand and accept it. But on the other hand, years have passed, and we are together in NATO, and we must really struggle also for our neighbors.
I understand your message.
Just a very last brief word, if you just...
No, I understand your message. But if I translate it into the understandable language, it would mean that we are starting to respond with military means
to the request of the Ukrainian president to deliver weapons and become part of the war.
And
that, I think, is not shared, unfortunately, or fortunately, we can judge by the citizens in the European Union.
But we want it or not, it is our war anyhow.
Yeah, but it is our, and we have to respond in a war with a clear message: we want peace. And the question is not to deepen the war and to enlarge the war, and that I think is a problem issue. Yeah?
It's about defense.
We will have to leave it there. Thank you both so very much for taking part in this program. Helmut Scholz, Andrew Rosetti, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting.
Thanks to you for watching as well. See you soon for more debate here on Talking Europe.
No, też tak думаю.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky making an emotionally charged plea for more support in front of the U.S. Congress, asking for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. If that's not possible, more anti-aircraft weapons. U.S. President Joe Biden later this Wednesday expected to announce an additional $800 million in security assistance to Ukraine, bringing total aid announced in the past week to $1 billion. You'll be able to watch this announcement live on France 24 at 4:45 p.m. Paris time. And NATO's defense ministers holding an emergency meeting on the situation in Ukraine. Poland pushing for more involvement in the conflict by sending an armed peacekeeping mission. We'll be live from Brussels for that press conference by Jens Stoltenberg in this edition. Those are the headlines this hour. You're watching France 24 and I'm Champagne. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the United States Congress by video link earlier, receiving a standing ovation, as you can see here. Charismatic figure making a plea for increased support for his country's defense in the face of Russian aggression, reiterating his demand for a no-fly zone over Ukraine, even using a video montage of airstrikes in his country. He presented Ukraine as being the first line of defense against authoritarianism and made connections with U.S. history. Let's take a listen.
Remember Pearl Harbor. Terrible morning of December 7, 1941, when your sky was black from the planes attacking you. Just remember it. Remember September the 11th, a terrible day in 2001, when evil tried to turn your cities, independent territories, in battlefields.
At around 4:45 p.m. Paris time, we'll be heading back to Washington, D.C. to listen in to Joe Biden making an announcement. This is expected to be an $800 million in new security assistance to Ukraine. Biden had already authorized $200 million in additional military equipment to Ukraine on Saturday. That came on top of $350 million authorized by Washington, also for military equipment on February 26th. This is the largest such package in U.S. history. Zelensky pleading for Biden to step up, saying in English at the end of his speech, "A world leader has to be a leader of peace." A NATO defense ministers meeting in Brussels for urgent talks this Wednesday. We'll be hearing NATO head Jens Stoltenberg's press conference on that meeting at any moment now. NATO is so far refusing to back a Polish call for the alliance to send an armed peace mission to Ukraine, but vowing to keep supplying arms despite threats from Moscow. For more on what we can expect from that meeting, let's speak with Douglas Herbert. We heard Zelensky saying earlier that he still needs a no-fly zone over Ukraine. He nonetheless expressed gratitude to the U.S. and NATO, but still requesting more. Can NATO actually do anything?
At this point, it can't, and that's because it's enshrined in its charter, basically. Ukraine, for better or for worse, and from Zelensky's perspective, obviously for worse, is not a member of NATO, and that drastically limits what NATO is able to do. Now, that doesn't mean that there is a lack of will to support Ukraine in every way possible. That's been so far more sort of a European Union effort, each country in its own corner supplying, doing what it can in terms of aid, both military and humanitarian aid, weapons supply as well to Ukraine. What NATO is looking at specifically today, and Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General, sort of, telegraphed all of this. He flagged it up yesterday. It's the brutal invasion, Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine has created what he calls a new reality for Europe. And the real focus of these ministers now all meeting, because there's nothing like a war on your doorstep to focus minds, to concentrate minds, is to how can they strengthen, how can they, being the 30 allied members of NATO, strengthen their collective security, something which a lot of people say has been neglected for many years during sort of the halcyon, now peaceful days before this invasion, and how can they also ensure, step up, assess and then ensure the impact on security on the eastern flank of NATO. When we talk about the eastern flank, we're literally talking about that, the easternmost members that butt up against Russia and Ukraine, and we're talking about obviously the Baltic countries, we're talking about Poland, we're talking about Romania, and what can be done. Now, we do know that there are NATO troops based in these countries now, and there have been additional troops sent. There are Rafale planes, there are tanks, there are special forces. There is now a will and an expressed desire to bolster that. Stoltenberg said himself they want to basically increase the preparedness, the readiness of equipment preparation, larger and more exercises, as he put it, along this eastern flank, basically to send a message that we are a defensive alliance. We're not in this to be dragged into a war. We want to do everything possible to ensure we're not dragged into a war outside of NATO's territory. But at the same time, they also realize there is a burning need right now to protect themselves from the threat of a spillover in this war. And that's what this meeting today is about.
We're seeing just behind you, Doug, that empty podium in Brussels from the press room in NATO. We're waiting for Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, to come speak. In the lead up to this discussion, I mentioned this Polish proposal to bring in an armed peacekeeping mission into Ukraine. Poland pushing for this. Does that still, in their minds, do they still think this is within the realm of what's acceptable within NATO?
Look, I'm always wary now of ruling anything out. When you say within the realm, could it happen plausibly? It doesn't look like it's something that's going to be too plausible for the time being, because you used a key word here. You said a peacekeeping mission, and that's how it would be formally, obviously, defined, right? Send in peacekeepers. We also know that peacekeepers, especially in conflict situations, will often be defined by the enemy, the adversary, as anything but peacekeepers. They will see them as, they being Russian forces, will almost inevitably paint them as combatants. And once again, that brings up all the same issues that we've been talking about with regards to why there's the refusal on NATO's part to set up a no-fly zone, to send the fighter jets for the U.S. to hand over those Polish MiG fighter jets from the Ramstein Air Base in Germany over to Ukraine. Why all that reluctance? Because willy-nilly, they do not want to be dragged into this conflict against their will. Sending peacekeepers, no matter how noble and how lofty the mission and the cause to try to maintain peace on the ground, as their name would suggest, will almost, like I said, inevitably be branded. They will be branded as combatants, not peacemakers, by Russian forces, and once again providing a pretext, which it already seems that Vladimir Putin hasn't needed any pretext, but he will now have a concrete pretext if that were to happen, to say, we're now fighting a war with NATO. NATO has essentially declared war on us.
This is a completely new scenario for NATO, which was an organization built originally to keep the Soviet Union in check. How is the organization itself changing, transforming itself to deal with this new challenge?
Slowly, but like we all know, this has been, I just said, nothing like a war on your doorstep to concentrate minds. Yes, all of the things that we've been talking about with regards to NATO in recent months and years, the need to spend more for member countries to step up their defense spending, to invest more in their collective security, to be more of an alliance rather than sort of a patchwork mosaic of 30 separate countries, each in their own corner, each contributing according to their own sort of definitions of what NATO's requirements may be. It will be, if not totally marching in lockstep, because we've seen that still doesn't march in lockstep, right? We've seen the Polish divisions, the refusal to send those fighter planes, the U.S. reluctant to take those planes and send them themselves. There's still divisions, but what NATO has been able to do very quickly in the past few weeks is show that when it's under duress and when it is faced with clear and present dangers such as this crisis, if not really an almost existential type of crisis, they can get things done relatively quickly, and countries which were perhaps unwilling, we saw this with Germany, right? Stepping up its investment, sending weapons into a war zone, something it hadn't done, unthinkable in Germany since the end of World War II for obvious historical reasons. All of that literally overnight has, gone by the wayside. So it does show that NATO has been sort of dormant for many, many years. I know Macron once famously called it brain dead, and that stirred a lot of controversy. But it's definitely waking up now. Is it up to the challenge right now, facing off with Russia? It doesn't want that. It doesn't want to be in that war, and it hasn't seen that as its purpose. But it's slowly realizing that it needs to get fit and lean and mean very quickly in order to, at the very least, ensure the collective defense along its eastern flank, along its European flank, and further on deeper into Europe among the rest of the allies.
NATO definitely the aggressor in Russian eyes and in Vladimir Putin's mind, for sure. We've heard from Sergei Lavrov from the Russian side that they've suggested a so-called Swedish or Austrian model for neutrality that could be potentially applied to Ukraine when Ukraine's not part of NATO and has a neutral status. What can we make of that suggestion?
Nothing. No, what I mean is, I'm sorry for sounding glib. What I mean is, it's a no-go with Kiev for obvious reasons. Look, neutrality, as defined by Russia, basically, as Ukraine sees it, means surrendering its sovereignty, its statehood, any ambitions to be Ukraine with its own ability to govern itself and its own destiny. So that's why I say it's a no-go from Ukraine's perspective. We've tried to sort of boil down, strip out this neutrality feature from the talks. I know Putin said today, we are ready to talk. But at the same time, Putin continues with the same rhetoric that this is that he had to invade. He doesn't say invade. That we had to launch this special operation in the name of self-protection, self-defense for Russia, because Ukraine was about to attack Russia. It sounds completely ludicrous when I say it like that. But that's the reason. So you understand that these two sides have vastly, starkly different takes on what this conflict, what this war is about. Russia won't even call it a war, so we can't speak about neutrality. And you can understand why Ukraine would rightfully reject that out of hand, because it knows that neutrality is a very slippery slope when you sit down at a negotiating table with Russia and start to try to say, okay, that's fine. Remember, it's still enshrined in Ukraine's constitution, their ambition to join NATO one day. This is something that they wouldn't like to take out, even though Zelensky in recent days has said that let's face up to reality, let's recognize the truth, sooner the better, let's face up to the truth. We're not going to be joining NATO now or any time in the near future, even in the longer future. So that recognition...
Нет, так тогда надо убрать это из Конституции, получается. Так что тогда, какого хера? Тогда переписать надо всю эту шушнягу. Некоторых глав. Там проблема тоже.
Who should be speaking any minute now. We'll be back with Doug once that happens.
He could take his time, Charles.
In the meantime, though, let's actually go back on some of those details that have emerged from the negotiations between Kiev and Moscow. As we said, with Ukraine dismissing a proposition, we mentioned that proposition from Russia. Ukraine dismissing that proposition from Russia for it to become a neutral state along the lines of Austria and Sweden. This following the apparent concession on Tuesday from Volodymyr Zelensky that NATO accession was not on the table for his country. Kiev, in response, saying the model, so-called Austrian-Swedish model, can only be a Ukrainian model and only on legally verified security guarantees backed by external guarantor states. Moving on the ground in Ukraine, the Ukrainian capital still under curfew, at least until Thursday morning. A 12-story residential building in the capital has been damaged after it was hit by Russian shelling this Wednesday morning. Well, France 24's James Andre is just south of the Ukrainian capital. Earlier, he gave us this update.
Now, inside Kyiv, things are absolutely silent and calm. This is the reports we're having. We have someone inside the city giving us information, and she says there is practically no movement, just a few cars moving around. She is currently staying with a family, telling us that the family had stocked up on food before the beginning of the curfew. We ourselves, just before we left Kyiv, saw long lines in front of every single supermarket, people walking away with big bags of groceries in order to be able to stay indoors, because those are the rules of this curfew. You're not allowed to leave your house unless it is to go to a bomb shelter. Now, indeed, the city is completely closed down, and yesterday we ourselves left the city of Kyiv, and we found ourselves in a huge traffic jam. As you know, there are some checkpoints outside the city, and there were hundreds, thousands of cars on these two main highways towards the south of the country, leaving the city before the beginning of the curfew. Now, I'll add that we also spoke to another person, a volunteer, who has been building block posts, as they call them. They're basically building barricades at the gates of the city for the past 6 days. We were told that the commander of that unit of volunteers had told the volunteers, 50 to 20 people, to join him this morning to carry on building these homemade defenses at the gates of the city. Well, that has been cancelled, and that goes to show how strict that curfew is in Kiev right now.
In one of the deadliest attacks in western Ukraine so far in this war, a TV tower near the city of Rivne, a regional capital northeast of Lviv and just 150 kilometers from the Polish border, was shelled on Monday. It's one of several such objects to be targeted by the Russians since the invasion of Ukraine started. Our correspondent Galver Cragg reports.
Sifting through the rubble under the Rivne TV mast. Some 20 bodies were found. After visiting the site, the regional governor promised to restore the signal within 2 days and praised the rescue workers.
Зробили все, що могли. They did all they could. The hit was at 5:22 a.m. and the first team arrived at 5:27 a.m.
Under the TV studios in the city centre, a basement used to store old equipment is now a bomb shelter. Rivne itself has not been hit, but sirens go off daily.
We've had to interrupt the news mid-bulletin 2 or 3 times because of the sirens. When we hear them when we're at work, we always go to the shelter. But after what happened on Monday, we're even more careful. We try to run down here even quicker. It's no accident that they hit the TV tower, because they are always trying to remove people's access to information.
The shelter is also used by local residents, among them Oleg.
On Monday morning, the TV signal disappeared.
Once the air raid warning is lifted, he invites us to his home to show us.
Not a single channel's working. In the villages, they're really worried. Suddenly there's no news at a time when people really want to know what's going on.
In town, people can access TV via cable or the internet. Tetiana, freshly back from the bomb shelter, gets ready for her bulletin.
We followed the news from down there, and thank God nothing happened.
She says she has no plans to leave.
I feel that I'm needed here. That's one of the reasons I'm staying. But it's also because I don't want to leave my hometown.
The news, though, features an item about a local man with a fleet of minibuses that he's been using to drive people to Poland, a destination that's on everyone's mind. So far, attacks on western Ukraine have targeted only critical infrastructure and military bases. But everyone here is wondering whether it will stay that way.
We're going to go live to Brussels to listen in to Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg.
We addressed our support for Ukraine, the severe costs we are imposing on Russia, and NATO's work to strengthen our defenses now and for the years to come. Our close partners Finland, Sweden and Georgia and the European Union joined us for the first session. And Ukrainian Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov described in stark terms the death and destruction caused by President Putin's war. The determined resistance of the Ukrainians against the invasion and the importance of our continued support. We all paid tribute to the courage of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian armed forces. NATO allies and partners have supported Ukraine with equipment and training for many years. We are helping Ukraine to uphold its fundamental right to self-defense, freedom and democracy, with significant amounts of critical military equipment. Today, ministers agreed that we must continue to provide significant support to Ukraine, including with military supplies, financial help, and humanitarian aid. NATO allies and partners are also hosting millions of Ukrainian refugees. President Putin must stop this war immediately, withdraw his forces now, and engage in diplomacy in good faith. NATO is responding to this crisis with speed and unity. And next week, allied heads of state and government will meet for an extraordinary NATO summit. We will address both our immediate response and the changes we need to make for our longer-term security. Moscow should be in no doubt. NATO will not tolerate any attack on allied sovereignty or territorial integrity. We have already activated our defense plans to shield the alliance, increase our readiness, and deploy troops from both sides of the Atlantic. There are now hundreds of thousands of forces at heightened alert across the alliance. 100,000 US troops in Europe, and around 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance, backed by major air and naval power, as well as air defenses. But we face a new reality for our security, so we must reset our collective defense and deterrence for the longer term. Today, we tasked our military commanders to develop options across all domains: land, air, sea, cyber, and space. On land, our new posture should include substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance, at higher readiness, with more pre-positioned equipment and supplies. In the air, more allied air power and strengthened integrated air and missile defense. At sea, carrier strike groups, submarines, and significant numbers of combat ships on persistent basis. We will also consider the future of our cyber defenses and how best to draw on allied space assets. We should also train and exercise more often and in greater numbers. Major increases to our deterrence and defense will require major investments. Allies need to invest a minimum of 2% of GDP on defense. And I welcome that allies such as Germany and Denmark have already made important announcements on more investments and faster timetables. We also need to spend more together. NATO common funding is the essential neighbor that allows us to work together. It is a force multiplier for national defense efforts, and it shows solidarity as allies. At this critical moment for our security, unity between North America and Europe in NATO is more important than ever. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with BBC in the center, just behind. Last row. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. Can I just ask you, we've heard once again from President Zelensky addressing US Congress, calling for a no-fly zone. Are there any allies?
NATO should not deploy forces on the ground or in the airspace over Ukraine, because we have a responsibility to ensure that this conflict, this war, doesn't escalate beyond Ukraine. We see death, we see destruction, we see human suffering in Ukraine, but this can become even worse if NATO took actions that actually turned this into a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. So allies are united when it comes to the issue of how to provide support to Ukraine. Ministers addressed this today. They reinforced the message on the importance of providing support with equipment, advanced equipment, air defense systems, anti-tank weapons, and many other types of support, but no NATO deployment of air or ground capabilities in Ukraine, and that's the united position from NATO allies. Then the message to Ukraine is the same now as it has been for years, that Ukraine is a sovereign, independent nation. It has its own right to choose its own path, and we respect the decisions made by the democratic elected government by Ukraine. So it's up to them to decide whether they aspire for NATO membership or not, and then it's up for 30 allies to decide on that issue. Not for Russia to try to veto such a process.
CNN.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Natasha Bush on CNN. I'm wondering whether NATO has invited President Zelensky to participate in any way in the Leaders Summit next week, as Resnikov did in the Defense Ministerial today. And I'm also wondering if you could respond to the Polish proposal to send NATO forces into Ukraine on a so-called peacekeeping mission. Thanks.
Because what we need is peace in Ukraine, and therefore Russia and President Putin has to stop the war, withdraw its forces. We support all efforts to find a negotiated solution. We support all efforts to find a diplomatic solution. And of course we support and welcome the talks and negotiations which are now taking place between Ukraine and Russia. At the same time, we support Ukraine because we know what they can achieve on the negotiating table is of course very closely linked to the situation on the battlefield. So I strongly also believe that one of the reasons why the Ukrainians also are saying that they've seen some steps in the right direction is because they have been able to fight back. They have been able to fight back against the invading Russian forces. So the courage, the determination, and the support from NATO allies to the Ukrainian armed forces is extremely important also when it comes to what they can achieve as part of the negotiated process with Russia. Again, of course, we support peace efforts. We call on Russia and President Putin to withdraw its forces, but we have no plans of deploying NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine.
Right.
Secretary General, can you comment on Italy's role in this current crisis? And happy birthday for today.
Thank you. I would very much like to comment on Italy's role. Italy is a highly valued NATO ally, a founding member, and Italy is contributing to our collective defense in many different ways. I was recently in Romania. I met Italian pilots. They are helping there to keep NATO airspace safe, and they really show commitment and strength in their contributions to different NATO missions and operations, including in Kosovo, where Italy has been a key ally for many, many years.
Financial Times. Yeah, gentleman with glasses.
Thank you. Just to follow up to the question about the peace talks, you said that you're in.
So that was Jens Stoltenberg speaking at the end of an emergency meeting of the NATO defense ministers in Brussels. Well, to recap some of these things that have been said, we're joined on set, she's been with me the whole afternoon by Press Report's International Affairs Editor, Doug Herbert. Some of the things that we could take from that announcement by Jens saying that the NATO needs to reset its collective defense, talking about changes needed in the long term.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun here. I mean, this is the same consistent line that we've heard from the NATO Secretary General for days, weeks, if not months, really. The need, a reset of both collective defense and deterrence. And I think the stress in all of these statements is on the defensive aspect of NATO. If there's sort of a motif, a leitmotif that runs through all of these press conferences and interviews that he's given in recent weeks, it is that NATO's top priority is to ensure that it is not dragged into this conflict, and dragged is perhaps the right word to use, dragged into it even by accident or by design. It does not want to be a party to the conflict. It wants to support Ukraine. It wants to help Ukraine to defend itself, but obviously that cannot entail, for reasons enshrined in the NATO Charter, Ukraine not being a member, that does not entail any form of boots on the ground, NATO boots on the ground, especially US boots on the ground, and it does not entail a no-fly zone. It does not even entail, at this point, fighter jets being sent in. What we heard are, it's not that NATO's just going to stand there and do nothing. I mean, the priority right now is really for the defense of NATO's eastern flank, because at this point, it's a horrific war in Ukraine, and NATO has its hands tied behind its back because it is unable, according to its charter, really to intervene there. At the same time, it is pulling out all stops to try to bolster its defense to make sure that if the worst scenario comes to be, which would be somehow a war on the territory or a skirmish or a conflict or a conflagration of any kind on NATO territory, that NATO's ready for it. So he said that there's 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. There are about 100,000 troops really on NATO soil right now on what's called heightened alert. Of those, he said 40,000 are under direct NATO command. Now, presumably a lot of these troops are now ready to deploy much more rapidly than they would have been in the past. But on all fronts, he said, whether we're talking land, sea, air, cyber, or space, NATO is trying to draw up separate provisions to bolster the defenses in each of those areas, a lot of it including, if it's land, having more pre-positioned equipment in places on the eastern flank where it might be needed most in the case of a conflict in proximity with Ukraine and Russia on NATO soil, or whether it's a matter of air and sea. Submarines, strike groups, carrier warships, carrier ships, and also at the same time anti-air defenses. In other words, missiles that could presumably defend against air attacks. So there's a lot being juggled all at the same time, and it's all happened relatively rapidly. This wake-up call for NATO, and you could see that Jens Stoltenberg is a man under a lot of pressure right now to do a lot of things very quickly. Made a growing chorus of people, the so-called do more chorus. You have it almost in any war, Charles, right? That people inevitably are going to say, you're not doing enough. We need to do more. Even after Zelensky's speech today, I would suspect that a lot more people, especially Americans watching that, the pressure is going to ramp up even more on people like Biden. Do more. Why aren't you doing a no-fly zone? And the problem right now for people like Stoltenberg, people like Biden, is trying to calm what they would see as this chorus of people: do more, go to war, drag NATO in, try to calm them down, and try to say, we can't do it, and this is the reason. We have to limit ourselves for now, unfortunately, perhaps, to these actions, to these mostly defensive actions.
So NATO will be holding an extraordinary leaders summit next week. Joe Biden will be in attendance. Joe Biden also meant to be giving an announcement in just over 10 minutes, if it's on schedule, where he'll be most likely announcing a new $800 million package of military assistance to Ukraine. Moving on to the situation on the ground there in Ukraine, humanitarian situation still critical in a number of cities targeted by Russian attacks. The besieged city of Mariupol, the first among them, 20,000 people managed to escape the city in private cars, but hundreds of thousands remain trapped under relentless bombardment, many without heating, power, or running water. The Ukraine's deputy prime minister saying it wasn't clear whether humanitarian corridors would be open this Wednesday, and that 400 staff and patients were being held hostage at a hospital by Russian forces. James Mulholland gives us a roundup of the evacuations we've seen in cities around Ukraine.
Thousands queue in sunny but freezing Sumy, waiting to get onto dozens of local buses to take them away from the destruction and constant fear. Nearly 3 weeks after they began shelling the northeastern city, Russian forces appear to be respecting a humanitarian corridor to allow civilians to flee. The Red Cross is taking them to Lubno, central Ukraine, to relative safety.
The dimensions of this humanitarian catastrophe is just incomprehensible. And people, civilians in the hundreds are in enormous buses, and we were trying to escort this convoy across the lines and bring them back into some kind of safety.
Further south in Mariupol, where 2,300 people have been killed after weeks of brutal siege, residents are still struggling for food, water, heat, and medicine. Here also, a safe passage operation appears to be holding. Many have arrived here in Zaporizhia, 230 kilometers to the east. President Volodymyr Zelensky's office said thousands of civilian vehicles were allowed to leave on Tuesday, taking some 20,000 people, families, children from the devastated city. 160 cars also departed the previous day. It's hoped that this new humanitarian corridor will hold after previous attempts ended in shelling.
Those who were able to leave Mariupol still not spared Russian attacks. Russian forces targeted the southern city of Zaporizhia on Wednesday, where thousands of refugees are taking shelter after escaping Mariupol. Regional officials saying rockets landed in the area of one of the town's train stations. And the World Court in The Hague ordering Russia to cease military operations in Ukraine shortly after Russian troops entered Ukrainian territory on February 24th. Kyiv filed an urgent request at the International Court of Justice demanding Russia halt its invasion, the basis of which was claiming that Moscow falsely accused Ukraine of genocide in the Donetsk and Lugansk regions to justify its war. The flow of refugees leaving Ukraine is still unrelenting as the continent faces its biggest invasion since World War II. The latest UN figures showing over 3 million people have now left the country, with the majority of them going through Poland. Press 24's Emmanuel Chaz, who's in Poland, near the border with Ukraine, tells us more on the situation for those seeking safety.
Here I am in front of Przemysl train station. You can see behind me, it's a very busy station these days. Since February 24th, there's been thousands of people passing through that station every day. At the very beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we were talking about 50
100,000 people coming to this small station daily. To give you an idea, this is exactly the amount of inhabitants in that city. Nowadays, you see 20,000 people daily. In their vast majority, it is women and children. I've talked to a lot of people over the 2.5 weeks I've been covering this border. There is not one person who wanted to leave Ukraine. There is not one person who didn't plan to go back. They are all telling me that they are very grateful for the welcome they are receiving by the Polish authorities and also by NGOs which are here to try and give them a hot meal, a hot drink, some blankets, some teddy bears for children. They are very grateful for that. But none of these people, and they are vulnerable people, women, children, elderly people with disabilities, none of them wanted to leave their home.
And in other news, France's Interior Minister Gérald Darmanin starting a 2-day visit on the island of Corsica this Wednesday. This in the 2 weeks of violence following an attack on a Corsican nationalist figure in prison in France that left him in a coma. Corsican independentist organization FNC saying today that they are considering taking up arms once again after putting them down in 2014 after 4 decades of struggle. For the first time, Darmanin said the government could be ready to discuss autonomy for Corsica in an interview for the local paper. James Messina has a story.
It's a first for a French government. On the eve of his visit to Corsica, the Interior Minister stated that if President Emmanuel Macron wins re-election in April, they'll be willing to discuss autonomy for the Mediterranean islands.
La Polynésie française.
It could be the same model of autonomy as in French Polynesia, where it can remain part of the French Republic, but be left to itself to manage the economic and social side.
Économique et sociale.
Welcome news for some leading politicians.
Of course, I'm extremely pleased to hear this, even though there's still a lot of work to do.
The offer comes amid an upsurge in violence in recent days. Over 100 people, including 80 police officers, were injured in the northern city of Bastia on Sunday when clashes broke out at a demonstration in support of nationalist figure Yvon Corona. Corona is serving a life sentence for assassinating the island's top official back in 1998 and is considered a martyr by some who want to see an independent Corsica. He was attacked by his cellmate, a convicted jihadist, on the 2nd of March and has been in a coma since. And while the government is taking some of the blame, promising an investigation into the circumstances of the assault, it's calling for calm before officials can sit down for talks. For decades, groups in Corsica have demanded independence or autonomy, and until recently their demands have been brushed off by politicians on the mainland. What that autonomy could look like will still need to be defined.
A powerful 7.3 magnitude earthquake shook East Japan this Wednesday night, including the capital of Tokyo, prompting a tsunami advisory for parts of the northeast coast. Quake was centered off the coast of the Fukushima region at a depth of 60 kilometers. The advisory for tsunami waves is of 1 meter. So we're joining on the line our correspondent in Japan, Michael Penn. Michael, thanks for joining us. Can you tell us what that was like? Did you experience it firsthand?
Yes, definitely did. So I had just gone to sleep or gone to bed shortly before the earthquake hit. Wasn't asleep quite yet. Compared to most earthquakes I've experienced here in Tokyo, there were a couple of things that stood out. One was that it took a very long time, and it went on for several minutes. And in fact, for the first minute or so, I did not think it was going to be a very large earthquake. But then over time, it got stronger and stronger. So it was quite an interesting one. It wasn't quite strong enough to make things fall off shelves, but it was just about at that level, just under that level.
Michael Penn with his latest update there from that earthquake in Japan. So far, it doesn't seem to be as bad as what you experienced before. You can confirm that.
Oh yes, I mean compared to say the quake from 11 years ago, the March 11th earthquake, this was a much weaker quake than that. I don't expect that we're going to see very large numbers of casualties out of this because of the building standards we have in Japan, and because this is a country which is basically built to withstand these sorts of earthquakes. But to give an example of how bad it is, about 2 million homes, or over 2 million homes and buildings have been reported to have blackouts out of power. So obviously the emergency services are going to be busy through the night restoring these things and checking out trains and all kinds of infrastructure to make sure that it wasn't seriously damaged.
Michael Penn reporting there from Tokyo. That's all the news we have for now, but do stay tuned. We'll be right back right here on France 24.
Hello and welcome to the interview here on France 24. Our guest today is Rafael Grossi. He is the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the UN Nuclear Watchdog. He joins us from the headquarters of the IAEA in Vienna. Thank you very much, Mr. Grossi, for appearing on our program today.
My pleasure. Good to be with you.
Mr. Grossi, we've seen several incidents around or inside nuclear plants in Ukraine. Russian forces have taken control of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, the largest in Europe, on March 4th. This Monday, Ukraine's operator, Energoatom, accused the Russian military of detonating ammunition near a reactor at the plant. We already saw instances of fighting around this plant. Do you have any information on the latest developments?
Well, the situation around this plant has been under observation for a number of years. A number of days now. As you may remember, just a week ago, we had an episode on the night, Thursday to Friday, where there was a firefight in a structure adjacent, very near one of the nuclear reactors there. There was fire. The situation was contained. Today, apparently, there has been something else, quite minor. Apparently, we are just trying to confirm what happened. But the episode apart, what this indicates is that the situation is extremely volatile, extremely fragile. What you have there is a site containing 6 nuclear reactors, which is under the control of the Russian armed forces. The operators are the Ukrainian operators. But of course, this leads to possibilities of friction, gray zones, zones of tension, maybe confrontation, which are precisely the opposite of conducive to a normal operation of a very sophisticated installation. So we have been following this with enormous interest.
Right, obviously there is a concern in Ukraine, in Europe, and even beyond, that there could be a nuclear accident. If there is fighting around or inside Europe's largest nuclear plant, that begs the question, are we facing this very dire possibility right now?
Well, it cannot be excluded, and as such, it is absolutely unacceptable. There are certain pillars, principles that apply to any nuclear facility which need to be respected. The protection of the physical integrity of the plant, the external power supply, the functioning of the radiation monitoring systems, the situation of the staff. I mean, there are just a few things that you cannot play with. And in Ukraine, we have seen over the past few days several situations where these basic security guidelines or norms have been compromised, if not completely violated. This is why we need to act, and we need to act now. I have proposed, and I've been in touch directly last Thursday, for example. I went to Antalya in Turkey, and I spoke at length with Foreign Minister Lavrov and Foreign Minister Kuleba from Ukraine, and we have, the IAEA has proposed the establishment of an urgent system, an agreement, a framework agreement on the safety and
Смотри, туда делегация приедет, этих ядерных врачей, кто угодно туда приедет, укокошат их там в упах где-нибудь, и потом скажут россияне, там, никто глаз не дает, вообще никого пускать не будет. Ну или наоборот,
the real from what is perhaps more hypothetical, which is also a source of deep concern, because actually what we are having now is the existence of competing narratives or contradictory narratives. One side says we have a big danger and potentially a catastrophic event. The other side will say nothing happens. And the objective instrument and institution to say what's going on is precisely the IAEA. So we are trying to establish these basic things. I have to say that
не надо вот притворяться, что Украина нормальная страна, понимаешь? Не надо. Тогда бы она в НАТО была давно уже. Тогда бы она частью Европы была в Евросоюзе, понимаешь? Они недавно только людей заживо сжигали, там, вешали всех подряд. Не знаю, там,
Right, but obviously, I mean, the pillars that you mentioned have been violated by the Russian forces. I mean, Zaporizhzhia is one example. Chernobyl, even though it's not a nuclear plant nowadays, is also under their control, and there are other plants. Is it your sense that Russia might be trying to gain control over those nuclear plants and not necessarily respect the safeguards that are so sacred for the IAEA?
Well, frankly, I could not know and imagine what the military operations aim at. If I had that information, you can well imagine that I would be acting upon it. I don't have it. What I am telling everybody, and especially in this case the Russians, is that we need to be extremely careful. One thing it's important is that, in my impression, the Russian authorities are very clear, very, very clear. We have been discussing this in very clear terms in our conversation of the dangers and what must be avoided. The problem is that when you have a situation like this, wittingly or unwittingly, you can have situations leading to a nuclear accident. A nuclear accident will not necessarily occur because a missile will be aimed at a nuclear reactor. This is a scenario which is highly improbable. However, what may happen is that some installation that the power lines feeding the cooling systems of a nuclear reactor are affected, and then you could have a situation or a scenario leading to a nuclear accident. And this is where we need to act preventively, if I may.
Right. Are you ready to travel to Ukraine?
Yes, of course, I have said it. I am ready to travel now, if possible. We are really expressing our disposition to deploy immediately.
Right. I want to turn to the other main topic that I imagine you're working on, the nuclear talks with Iran. There were talks apparently quite productive in Vienna. There was a pause in recent days, and there was concern that Russia might try to torpedo this process. However, this Tuesday, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said we were in the home stretch of the negotiations, and maybe more importantly, that he had received written guarantees from the US that the sanctions imposed on Russia because of the Ukraine invasion would not affect Russia's trade with Iran. Does that make you optimistic that we are really on the verge of a deal on Iran?
I think we are. The problems that emerged in the past few days were, of course, real, because with the introduction of a number of sanctions, restrictions that came as a consequence of the situation in Ukraine, some of the actions and activities contemplated under the JCPOA became all of a sudden under a cloud of a doubt. The JCPOA is extremely complex instrument that has a number of limitations, things that Iran shouldn't do or couldn't do, but at the same time it has some incentives, some cooperation, technical cooperation projects and things that could be facilitated in Iran under the inspectors of the IAEA and carried out in cooperation mainly with China and Russia. And all of a sudden, since these activities are activities of a commercial nature that require buying equipment, exchanging expertise, etc., which could potentially fall within the realm of these sanctions, all of a sudden this part appeared to be in doubt. And this is what caused this sudden pause, doubt, need to go back to the drawing room and see what can be done. I'm very glad to hear that Mr. Lavrov is saying that he has received this information from the United States. I hope we can have this agreement soon and start working. My inspectors are ready to go.
Right. You went to Tehran recently. Do you think that there is really now, on the technical standpoint, really a framework of agreement to work with Iran, and that the only thing that's needed is the diplomatic go-ahead?
I think what you say is correct. I wouldn't like to minimize what needs to be done. What we have with Iran is a way forward. The scheme, the roadmap, if you want, that we need to follow and to clarify step by step a number of things that need to be clarified. I hope we can do it. It will be a lot of work ahead of us, but I believe this is the way forward at this time, particularly now that we have all these other unexpected and very painful conflicts like the one in Ukraine. I think we need to, at least on this front, have some certainty, some stability, work for peace.
Rafael Grossi, I want to thank you very much for appearing on the France 24 interview, and thank you all for watching this edition. Stay tuned for more news.
Бойцы спецназа. Фамилия, имя, отчество. Полицейские Севастополя вместе с сотрудниками регионального управления ФСБ в считанные часы установили личность обидчика, поднявшего руку на отставного силовика. Теперь хулиган, шмыгая носом, извиняется.
Уважаемые севастопольцы, я прошу прощения перед всем городом и перед пожилым мужчиной. Больше такого не повторится. Простите меня, пожалуйста. Я раскаиваюсь.
По месту жительства задержанного проведен обыск. Сотрудники полиции проводят необходимые оперативные мероприятия, направленные на установление всех обстоятельств произошедшего инцидента.
Принял ли 70-летний ветеран извинения хулигана, не сообщается. Представился валютным брокером и выманил 37 миллионов рублей. В столице задержан вероятный мошенник, который заманил свою жертву в банк и обещал продать доллары и евро. По некоторым данным, спекулянтом-аферистом оказался криминальный авторитет, судимый за похищение человека и вымогательство. Как ему удалось заполучить такую крупную сумму, и много леденцов появилось на черном финансовом рынке, выяснял Алексей Цевичев. Рекорд, побить который далеко не каждому по карману, да и желающих не найдется. В Москве мужчина отдал неизвестному сумку, в которой были 37 миллионов рублей, и попрощался с деньгами. Об этом уже официально заявили в столичном МВД. Судя по материалам дела, передача денег произошла в офисе банка. Потерпевший мечтал запастись крупной суммой валюты, но вместо нелегального менялы доверился рецидивисту.
Согласно указаниям, гражданин передал спортивную сумку с деньгами подошедшему неизвестному мужчине. Тот проследовал в сторону кассы, но так и не вернулся. Материальный ущерб составил 37 миллионов рублей.
Несостоявшимся вкладчиком в американскую валюту, по данным СМИ, стал 26-летний Хасан. Вот предположительно его фото. А хитрых мошенников под маской меняла по версии следствия оказался известный в определенных кругах преступник Артур Кирсултанов. В криминальном мире еще с 90-х он больше известен как Динго. Рецидивист был судим за рэкет и мошенничество, проходил по делам о похищении человека и покушении на убийство. С 2015 года скрывался от российских правоохранителей на Украине, сменив паспорт, имя и фамилию на Александра Дакара. Вот как он объяснил это киевским следователям, когда был задержан по подозрению в покушении на убийство.
После официального брака менялась фамилия вполне законно, и ничего в этом незаконного нет.
Отмотав срок еще и на Украине, Султанов вернулся в Россию. Сейчас уже привычно для себя задержанного, попавшего 37 миллионов рублей, пока вопрос. Спокойно вложить деньги в валюту, некоторые теряют голову, готовы обменять любые суммы, даже несмотря на риск нарваться на мошенников. Ажиотаж стал и лучшим другом для спекулянтов, который пытается нажиться на нынешнем курсе рубля. Вот еще один вероятный генерал не подозревает, что стал невольным
А вот как это, почему это так?
эксперимента.
А ничего не делать и получаешь прибыль. Потому что, смотри, сегодня доллар стоит 1 рубль, грубо говоря, да? Ты его успел купить, завтра он будет стоить 2 рубля. Да, послезавтра 3. Ты его такой, надо завтра купить быстрее. Потому что халява задарма само все вырастет. Ничего делать не надо, да. Ну, это быть называется. То есть ты ничего не делаешь, только при этом быть твой увеличивается. Откуда? Значит, где-то убывает, правильно? Значит, ты кому-то понимаешь. Ну, хер с этим бытом. Ты тогда такой позывный, все. Что ты людям? Быт — это уровень накаканного называется. Да. Он есть у всех, даже у бомжей. Понимаешь? А ты хочешь, чтобы вообще голод был, чтобы вообще все сгорело? Я даже не представляю, какое. Ну, если какая-нибудь типа того, да, вот тогда такое может быть, да. На уровне, да. А так это как будто... А ты что, там добра желаешь, я смотрю,
начал писать корреспонденту дежурной части YouNow, который проводил журналистский эксперимент, странное сообщение и требовать удалить запись. Но вы этим можете сломать всю дальнейшую карьеру. О том, как он может повлиять на карьеру журналиста, Алексей не уточнил, не предоставил гарантии подлинности долларовых купюр. А это уже кадры из Калининграда. Журналисты местного издания стали сразу несколько менял, открыто подыскивающих клиентов рядом с одним из рынков. Даже момент передачи денег важно помнить, такие сделки не только незаконные, но и в очень многих случаях за маской нелегальных предпринимателей прячутся обыкновенные жулики и фальшивомонетчики, которые пытаются сыграть на чужом чувстве тревоги. Кроме того, эксперты говорят, сейчас не время торопиться избавляться от рублей, стоит подождать, когда банки снова официально смогут продавать валюту. Алексей Савичев, Виктор Носов, вместе, дежурная часть.
Только что стало известно, Следственный комитет возбудил уголовное дело в отношении блогера Вероники Белозерковской. Это сообщается на официальном сайте ведомства. Речь идет о распространении заведомо ложной информации о действиях российских военных. На своей странице в популярных сетях скандалистка опубликовала целую серию таких фейков. По закону ей теперь грозит штраф до 3 миллионов рублей или даже заключение до 10 лет колонии. Сообщается, что сейчас Белозерковская находится за границей. Наша программа всегда доступна на медиаплатформе «Смотрим» в приложении или на сайте смотрим.ру. В студии Дмитрий Смирнов. До встречи в 21:30.
Но мы продолжаем анализировать факты за сегодня. Увеличить зарплаты бюджетников, соцвыплаты, пенсии, МРОТ и прожиточный минимум. Такие задачи поставил сегодня президент на совещании о мерах социально-экономической поддержки субъектов страны. По словам Владимира Путина, не исключены дальнейшие попытки давления на Россию. Обо всем по порядку расскажет моя коллега Анастасия Ефимова. Настя, приветствую. Какие еще заявления сделали на этом совещании и какие меры поддержки?
Да, Дмитрий, обо всем сейчас расскажем подробно. Санкционная одержимость, судя по всему, именно так следовало бы назвать новую политику США и их сторонников в отношении России. Политику, которую разделяют далеко не все, так что происходящие сегодня события, очевидно, подводят черту под глобальным доминированием западных стран. Об этом президент говорил сегодня на совещании о мерах социально-экономической поддержки субъектов Российской Федерации. Глава государства еще раз напомнил, что цель проводимой специальной военной операции – это помощь людям, которые на Донбассе в течение 8 лет подвергались самому настоящему геноциду, а ответственные за этот геноцид киевские власти, все попытки урегулировать конфликт, прежде всего посредством соблюдения Минского комплекса мер, не только игнорировали, но и откровенно саботировали проект за курс на вступление в НАТО, а также разработку ядерного оружия, направленного, конечно, против России.
Прозвучали и заявления киевских властей о намерении создать теперь уже и собственное ядерное оружие и средства его доставки. Это была реальная угроза. Уже в обозримом будущем при зарубежном техническом содействии пронацистские На Украине действовала и сеть из десятков лабораторий, где под руководством и при финансовой поддержке Пентагона проводились военно-биологические программы, в том числе эксперименты с образцами коронавируса, сибирской язвы, холеры, африканской чумы свиней и других смертоносных заболеваний. Следы этих секретных программ сейчас усиленно пытаются замести. У нас есть все основания полагать, что в непосредственной близости от России на территории Украины, по сути, создавались компоненты биологического оружия.
К моменту начала специальной военной операции все дипломатические возможности были исчерпаны. При этом, как подчеркнул президент, появление на Украине российских войск не связано с намерением страну оккупировать. Такой цели нет. Более того, с самого начала было сделано все для того, чтобы минимизировать страдания гражданского населения. Только вот киевский режим в этом оказался совсем не заинтересован.
Наши парни, солдаты и офицеры проявляют мужество и героизм, делают все, что от них зависит, чтобы избежать потерь среди мирного населения украинских городов. Хочу сказать об этом впервые в самом начале операции на Донбассе. Киевским властям по разным каналам с целью избежать бессмысленного кровопролития было предложено не вступать в боевые действия, а просто вывести свои войска из Донбасса. Не захотели. Ну что же, это их решение. Осознание того, что происходит в реальной обстановке на земле, придет неизбежно. Операция развивается успешно, в строгом соответствии с заранее утвержденными планами.
Украина, поощряемая Соединенными Штатами и рядом западных стран, целенаправленно готовилась к силовому сценарию. Впрочем, не только готовились, но они фактически вели попытки организовать в Крыму диверсии, террористическое нападение не прекращали все последние годы. Не останавливали обстрелы мирных населенных пунктов на Донбассе. Погибло почти 14 тысяч человек, среди которых дети. И Киев даже сейчас продолжает делать все, чтобы эти страшные цифры потерь продолжали расти.
14 марта по центру Донецка, как вы знаете, был нанесен ракетный удар. Это был откровенный кровавый теракт, который унес жизни больше 30 человек. И такие обстрелы продолжаются все последние дни. Бьют без разбора, по площадям, с фанатизмом и остервенением обреченных. Это как фашисты, которые в последние дни Третьего рейха попытались утащить с собой могилу как можно больше невинных жертв. Но что поражает своим запредельным цинизмом, это не только беспардонная ложь Киева, заявление, что хотя Россия, подумали до этого якобы, запустила ракету по Донецку, но не то, что так называемый цивилизованный западный мир, европейская и американская пресса даже не заметили трагедию на Донецке. Как будто ничего и не было. Именно так же лицемерно они отводили глаза и все последние 8 лет, когда матери на Донбассе хранили своих детей, когда убивали стариков. Это просто какая-то моральная и нравственная деградация, полное расчеловечение.
Принципиальные вопросы по нейтральному статусу Украины, по ее демилитаризации и денацификации Россия готова обсуждать в ходе переговоров. Для их организации Москва сделала все. Только сразу убедилась, что киевскому режиму судьба его собственного народа просто безразлична.
Мы надежно обеспечим безопасность России и нашего народа. И никогда не допустим, чтобы Украина служила плацдармом для агрессивных действий против нашей страны. Именно принципиальные для России и для нашего будущего вопросы по нейтральному статусу Украины, по демилитаризации и денацификации мы были готовы и готовы сейчас обсуждать в ходе переговоров. Наша страна сделала все для организации и проведения этих переговоров, понимая, что необходимо использовать любую возможность для того, чтобы сберечь людей и их жизнь. Но мы вновь и вновь убеждаемся, что киевскому режиму, которому его западные хозяева поставили задачу создать агрессивную антироссию, судьба самого народа Украины безразлична. То, что гибнут люди, то, что сотни тысяч, миллионы стали беженцами, то, что в городах, которые удерживают неонацисты и вооруженные преступники, выпущены
Украину поставляют все новые партии вооружения, снабжают разведданными, направляют военных советников и наемников. А еще в качестве оружия используют экономические, финансовые и торговые санкции в отношении России, которые рикошетом весьма чувствительно бьют и по самим европейцам и американцам.
В качестве оружия избрали и экономические, финансовые, торговые, другие санкции в отношении России, которые бьют сейчас по самим, кстати говоря, европейцам и американцам. Через растущие цены на бензин, энергоносители, продукты питания, через потерю рабочих мест, связанных с российским рынком. И не надо, что называется, перекладывать с больной головы на здоровье. Во всем мире не ношу это. Хочу, чтобы меня услышали простые граждане западных государств. Вас сейчас настойчиво пытаются убедить в том, что все ваши трудности – это результат каких-то враждебных действий России. Что из вашего собственного кошелька надо оплатить борьбу с мифической русской угрозой. Все это ложь. А правда в том, что текущие проблемы, с которыми сталкиваются миллионы людей на Западе, стали результатом многолетних действий правящих элит и государств. Их ошибок, близорукости и амбиций.
Глава государства напомнил, специальная военная операция на Украине лишь повод для очередных санкций, а вот политика сдерживания и ослабления России, в том числе с помощью экономической изоляции и блокады, осознанная долгосрочная стратегия.
Политика сдерживания, ослабления России, в том числе с помощью экономической изоляции, блокады, это осознанная долгосрочная стратегия. Сами лидеры Запада уже не скрывают, что санкции направлены не против отдельных лиц или компаний. Их цель нанести удар по всей нашей отечественной экономике, по нашей социальной, гуманитарной сфере, по каждой семье, каждому гражданину России. Фактически такие шаги, направленные на то, чтобы улучшить жизнь миллионов людей, имеют все признаки агрессии. Войны экономическими, политическими, информационными средствами. Она носит тотально неприкрытый характер. И, повторю, так называемый западный политический бомонд, даже естественные экземпляры об этом прямым текстом. Вся словесная мишура о политкорректности, о неприкосновенности частной собственности, свободе слова, все это слетело в одночасье. Даже олимпийские принципы растоптали. Не постеснялись свести счеты и с паралимпийцами. Вот такой вот спорт вне политики.
Во многих западных странах сегодня настоящие травли людей подвергают просто по факту их происхождения. Отменяют Россию, действуют, цитирую президента, по-хамски, срывая маски приличия. Так что напрашиваются прямые аналогии с антисемитскими погромами, которые устраивали нацисты в Германии 30-х годов прошлого века.
Во многих западных странах людей только за то, что они родом из России, подвергают настоящей травле сегодня. Отказывают медицинской помощи, изгоняют детей из школы, лишают работы их родителей, запрещают русскую музыку, культуру, литературу. Пытаясь отменить Россию, Запад сорвал с себя все маски приличия, стал действовать по-хамски, продемонстрировал свою истинную натуру. Против России развернута массированная атака и в киберпространстве. Развязана беспрецедентная информационная кампания, в которой задействованы глобальные социальные сети и